Councillor Principe, no. Councillor Rutherford, no. Councillor Jans, no. You have?
See what you did there. Think of the children. I'd like to, and I realize that my colleagues may want to promptly call the question on me, but I'd like to move Charlie 50, that capital profile 2132-9101 William Horlock Park rehabilitation be decreased by $50,760,000, $20 million in 2023, $20 million in 2024, and $10,760,000 in 2025 to remove the growth funding as outlined in page 472, attachment 1 of the October 31st, 2022 Financial and Corporate Services Report, Foxtrot Charlie Sierra 01393.
And this was moved by you, seconded by Councillor Knack. And you want to make the introduction?
Yeah, I guess I would say so. I know we've gone back and forth on this, but this just comes back to a very difficult budget situation again, and that there's some pieces of Horlock that I think we all agree need to be done with the utility work, but some ongoing concerns from the community about the impacts of closure, the impacts of loss. There's also concerns as well about could we do the utility work, get that done, and then at a future time when it's not mission critical, move towards the other amenities and the other, including dredging the pond, fixing some of the pavilions and other things. I mean, a lot of Horlock Park has its appeal is certainly its beauty and its location, and while the enhancements are wonderful, they're exactly that. They are enhancements. They're not critical to keeping the park open. So I would like to put this forward for a discussion, and then if others have any questions or something too. I know Councillor Knack is passionate about supporting this too. With a second.
Okay. All right. Councillor Jans has concluded his remarks on this, and I'll go to questions now. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So to administration, the decrease by $50 million, what would happen then? As the councillor who moved this amendment was mentioning, would we still be able to do the like the pipe work, the underground work that would need to be completed if this was reduced, if this passed?
If this passed, this would be core rehabilitation, and this is one of those tricky ones where the profile identifies growth, but in fact the work is rehabilitation but meeting current requirements like additional trails, improvements to the water quality. So this is one of those nuanced ones that is a renewal project, but as part of renewal, we're not doing like for like. We're doing, through what we heard from community, the additional elements that support the ongoing use of the park.
Okay, and to the mover, is this park in your ward?
What is a ward? Like spiritually,
It's like the boundaries.
Physically, I mean, it's we all are wards.
Geographically in your ward.
I mean, I think it depends how you draw the map, to be honest.
Can you answer the question?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
Well, that means a lot to me. Okay, no, that's good to know. I don't think I have any more questions at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Is this Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you. Maybe to the mover. Where did the $50,760,000 number come from? Like, what was the intent with that specific amount?
So again, building on the complexity of the project that Mr. Laughlin suggested, I believe I put it in as the amendment in as reduce the Horlock Park to just the renewal, the core renewal, and in my mind that's the utilities, the guts, the underground electrical. If you go on, and I don't have the page open, but if you go on the City of Edmonton page, it sort of breaks down the Horlock Park into three tranches of work, and my intention would be the do the work that keeps the toilets flushing, keeps the lights on. Other than that, we don't need new trails enhancements, etc. right now. That's sort of my intent, and I would feel more comfortable if maybe you asked administration this question, to be honest.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's helpful though, just to sort of understand the intent. And so recognizing that that was the intent to administration, was I understanding from your previous answer that this amount maybe goes further than that and gets into some of the core renewal work?
I think we consider it all renewal work, but it's how we identify what an enhancement is. So this is, from our perspective, this is the scope of the work as presented to council is the core renewal, but to bring to current standards, whether it be from a walkability perspective. An example is upgrading the washrooms to gender-neutral washrooms. Those are considered the growth elements. If it was reduced to the amount in the amendment, and Pascal can maybe confirm, it would be just the core rehabilitation. The utilities, the site grading, the roads that need rehabilitation, but it would be limited to that. Pascal?
Yeah, that's exact. And so the amount that you see in the amendment corresponds to 40% of the budget request of 126,900. And so it removes entirely the growth funding from the project. And as Adam was mentioning, what it would impact is really our ability to respond to what we heard in the public engagement, what was important to Edmontonians, lake water quality improvements, additional lighting, additional trails, enhancements of existing trails for accessibility throughout the park, inclusive and accessible washroom facilities. Also noting that it would remove the improvements that we're going to make to support festival and events. And that includes enhancements to utilities, the amphitheaters, the rental shacks, and other facilities.
And then just in terms of the timeline question, so right now recognizing the 3-year recommended closure, so I guess in my mind, yeah, I guess it's just a question of, to be honest, like I'm not too worried about the closure. I think that if that's the time that the park needs to be closed, that's fine. But just more, again, from that financial perspective, are there elements that could be done? So I'm picturing, you know, there are multiple buildings, multiple washroom facilities across the park. Is there a phasing where those are done at a later date, those actual building upgrades are done at a later date that don't necessitate a closure or significant disruptions?
Potentially. The recommendation that we have is similar to the approach that was taken in Fort Edmonton Park, where it was a closure and you could address all improvements in one shot, basically taking advantage of the closure. I believe you will be paying a bit of a premium if you do come back, because you're not taking advantage of those efficiencies of addressing renewal and improvement at the same time, in that you'll be contracting twice.
But I guess, would we do any renewal to the washroom? Like, if we want to do the renewal and the enhancements, can we just do those discreetly at a later time?
We'd have to break it down by piece of infrastructure, but for example, the renewal of the washrooms is something that we would still advance because it's in that category of urgent need.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, just one question, well, two questions actually. So one thing I'm really interested in is the accessibility factor of this park. So are we with the growth component, if we said no to this and we went ahead with Horlac as is, does the growth component include bringing it up to code, or do we have standards above and beyond code, like universal design standards?
Go ahead, Pascal.
Yeah, absolutely. We have, so we have the accessibility for people with disabilities policy, and we have the access design guide that goes above and beyond code. And that would be what we would be building to.
And how many, so if, how many parks right now do not meet those accessibility codes? Like, are there really great park spaces in Edmonton that some Edmontonians are not getting the same opportunity to experience?
I think that would be fair to say, yes.
I don't think we've quantified that, but as we go in and renew,
You do that, but there's a lot that are on that renewal list that would probably not meet today's standards, right? Like, you mentioned about gender-neutral washrooms, like how many parks have gender-neutral washrooms, as an example?
I couldn't say, but again, as we go in and renew, this is sort of that element of.
The same with the Nature's Wild Backyard that we were talking about on Friday.
Right,
Yeah.
it's considered growth, but it's in fact renewing to current standards, whether it be a policy as Pascal referenced, or just from the usability of the infrastructure once renewed.
So what is the budget request then? So there was original amount approved, and then there's a request for another 126 million? Is that correct?
That, well, just under 127. We had 6.7 million previously approved, and
Yep.
the request is for 126.9. The previous, I believe, would have been the design work to get us ready.
And then once you got that, so the total project cost, as per the profile in the table. budget,
133.662.
million?
Yes.
And this would reduce it to 50, man, I'm gonna test I have an arts degree, remember that, folks. Just kidding.
It would decrease it by 50.76
I know,
million.
yeah, I know. I'm just joking. And that would still close it for the same amount of time, but we wouldn't get those accessibility benefits.
Correct. The core infrastructure rehabilitation is the critical path piece to this work.
Is there anything, given the conversations we've had about budget and reduction, is there anything in the scope of this work that we could scale back on? If not to this amount, what, if anything, could we?
Well, we haven't contemplated that, and I may sound like I'm recurring or repeating what I'm saying, but we've recommended this on the basis of what we feel is appropriate based on policy, based on the renewal efforts, and not going in with a like-for-like mindset. So I would say the scope that we've presented is what we've recommended.
Yeah, I've heard that tune before. Just kidding. I'm trying to make light of it. Okay, well, that's the crux though, right? Like, without any kind of guidance on if there's any scale backs, we're left coming up with the numbers and then hearing that those numbers are detrimental to the project. So I guess, how do we find that delta in between? Because, I didn't support Lewis for the same reason. Like, I want park space. I want people to be able to access it. I think equitable access is important. But I do question if 133 million, we're getting major criticism for 100 million in bike plan, right? But this is 133 million. So I have to ask the question, is there not any way that can be scaled back?
Yeah, and not trying to be argumentative, but we want to take advantage of a closure. And so we don't want to create an environment where we're coming back and redoing again when we can't take advantage of those opportunities of a closure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Cardinal.
Thank you. So as I understand it, are these the components, Mr. Laughlin? There's all of the undergrounds, there's the road, there's the structures which are predominantly washroom and picnic shelter structures, sometimes combined, sometimes not, I can't quite remember. And the
Pavilion as well.
pavilion, and the grading, the
Drainage grading and the pond. Sorry. The lake, which isn't a lake, but
The
yes.
lake, which is the size of a pond.
Yes.
Yeah. So if say for instance, And some of that is critical, some of that isn't. I think there's sort of an undertone that maybe the washrooms aren't critical. So first of all, if all we were doing is putting new shingles and a coat of paint on the washrooms, that would be renewal. But because we're replacing the structures in their entirety, they're effectively, turns them into growth in terms of our definitions. Kind of, sort of?
Kind of, sort of. I don't know if, and Pascal maybe can speak to this in more detail, I don't know if we're doing a full replacement, but the core components of the improvements at the washrooms are to address these issues that happen beneath the surface in terms of backup and those sorts of things.
So maybe I'll ask it in this way. If a private sector owner of a facility is doing a fundamental renovation of that facility, sometimes they can leave things the way they are, say a washroom that doesn't meet code or a doorway that's not wide enough. But the authority having jurisdiction will judge whether the project reaches a threshold where, all right, you have to bring everything up to code, so to speak. Does some of this live in that realm, that if we don't do the work and we don't do any of the work, we effectively close the structure?
Yeah, I would say if there was a private, your example,
Yeah.
and they were required to get a building permit, there would be a requirement to meet code, and Stephanie could speak to this. It's a similar scenario that we're in terms of council policy and code improvement in terms of structures.
So if we don't do some of this work, and to defer it or to kick it down the road a little bit, and maybe do it when we can better afford it, do we run the risk of closing some of these structures? And if so, do we then run the risk of a reduced capacity of the park?
I think certainly based on some of the renewal requirements, if we don't advance them, yes. I wouldn't consider sort of the upgrade to the washrooms to current standards as
In that part, yeah.
But if we don't advance those, I think you're going to see, our folks have done a great job keeping them going under the circumstances. But if we don't do those upgrades, then yes, there's a potential that we run into those risks.
And then we've got a park that's got little construction zones in it for a while. I don't
Correct.
live about it. But.
And recalling previous, I'm not sure when we discussed it, but it might have been an information session, but we sort of pegged that, what is a 3-year closure, 2 years for construction, 1 year for reestablishment of the areas that are being disturbed, could be up to 7 years of phase closures and corresponding impact.
The big time piece of this is the regrading, the drainage grading of the large open spaces. There's no way around that. You need to tear that up, regrade it, replant it, and give it a chance to root.
Yeah, from a sequencing perspective, deep utilities, shallow utilities, and regrading everything to make sure that it's draining to the right location, and then reestablishment of the vegetation.
Okay, I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So the first question I would like to ask the public engagement and what we heard. So from some public hearing session, we heard some concerns for closing and to do this renew project. And do we have specific public engagement and then has been done and for this to get the sense what's the public reaction to this?
Yep, Pascal, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, Councillor, we did 2 rounds of public engagement. The first one was done during the 10-year capital improvement plan, so back in 2018, to get a sense of what the master plan or strategy that the public would like to see for Hurlac Park. And then we did a second round of engagement through 2020 to understand specifically what kind of improvements the public would like to see. And this is where we really heard about improved lighting, improved accessibility, improved active modes, additional trails, things like that. I would just add that we also did extensive engagement with stakeholders and users of the park, including the festivals and the event organizers.
Thank you for that. And then, yes, public have some expectation for the improvement. So then my question is, And then, is there any specific the issue and we're going to improve under the scope actually impact our public to use the park?
Well,
Is your question, is there anything that we're
Yeah.
planning to do that will impact if completed?
No, and it's not completed. Right now, is there anything, like, for example, washroom is one for item, but washroom right now still usable, right? And for other, like Pink Lake site, and still usable. And for other items under this scope, and still usable. So right now, my question is become, is this too nice to have the improvement and keep the use this park continually? Or we must do? So I think this is some line between this two. So I just want to get a sense if I missed something there.
So, again, for the washrooms, we've had issues with the washrooms from a function perspective. So from a rehabilitation perspective, they must, from our perspective, they must be advanced. The opportunity to make the improvements that are part of this are bundling that fix with the improvement to accommodate accessibility and different uses. Trails, again, instead of beaten paths within the park, this is an opportunity to install that if we didn't, we continue to
Okay.
have the beaten path and would have an operation and maintenance issue or
So,
cost going forward.
so
Those are
if-
some examples.
Okay, so if I'm going to ask you, what is number one, the key renew is must 100% necessary. So which item you would give to me?
I don't think there's one, but I mean, if I'm,
The top one, if like,
it's utilities, it's the road,
the facilities,
the facility renewal components from a asset management policy perspective.
so when you say facility means all the sites? Such
The
number one.
facilities that are on the site, the structures that are on the site.
So for the top like 1 to 3, the key items we need renew, and do you have the breakdown and for how much cost for each of them?
So that's where, and not putting words in the counselor that moved this, the core rehabilitation components are the requested amount less what's been put forward as an amendment.
Okay, thank you for that.
That's the core rehabilitation. But then we would be doing a like for like, and not necessarily adhering to policies that council has in place and standards that we'd like to adhere to when we go into
So
renew.
if the motion passes, that means when we do this certain type of work and certain scope and the portion of scope, and we will not have the entire park closed.
No, because the park would still be closed for 3 years because the core rehabilitation of the utilities requires the closure and grading of the site, as Councillor Cartmel referenced,
Okay,
would require that timeframe.
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans?
I think Councillor Rutherford was first.
Councillor Rutherford already had a
Oh,
round
she
of
did,
questions.
okay, yeah. I guess my question is, so, how much of the utility work or the sewer work is the responsibility of EPCOR?
none of it. It's private land when it comes to EPCOR, and so the utilities are 100% the jurisdiction of the city.
Right, and did we look at like recycling gray water, black water, other alternatives, compostable toilets, etc.?
Yeah, absolutely. We did a full sustainability review, and some elements have been integrated, some have not. But
Right.
we've done. We would be looking to do a lot of sustainability improvements through the project.
And if you're over at the Mayfair Golf Course and you flush a toilet there, what happens to that waste?
I don't believe the systems are linked.
So they're separated, even though they're both on the same peninsula?
That is correct.
So none of the work that is being done to Horlock is to the benefit of the Mayfair Golf Club?
That is correct.
When council reviewed the Mayfair Golf Club lease which was to the year 2049, and they extended it.
Probably
for-
not a relevant question.
It
Councillor.
is.
Okay, go ahead.
And they extended it for another 20 years. Was there any contemplation of how the Horlock Park renovation would fit into or have implications with that lease?
I don't know if Bart is on the call.
From the best of my recollection, I'm not sure that there was a contemplation of that, but I'd have to go and look into that, Councillor Janes.
So the citizens were asked for feedback on just the Horlock Park, the 154 acres of Horlock Park, not the 154 acres of golf course,
Our engagement for the project was just on Horlock.
right? And when committee made the decision to extend the lease on the Mayfair, there was no contemplation or public hearing about what would happen to Horlock? Or was there?
I think I just heard from Bart that I don't believe there was.
Right, okay. Well, I have no further questions. Happy to go to debate.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
So my question, Adam, like you've been listening to this conversation, not today, but this has been going on for a while, right? So, and council is attempting to find wherever we can savings. Did you? I know it's council driven. Council made a decision in last fall, absolutely. But since that decision was made, did you go back to your team, say, look, is there anywhere we can, as Councillor Rutherford was asking, save some money, maybe $5 million or $10 million? What are the components that we can do without, but still do it within 3 years and still meet the code, still meet the regulations, and still meet the accessibility requirements?
So with every project, Mr. Mayor, we go through that exercise. And maybe what council doesn't see is when we start with the project and scoping it out, and a budget and schedule that corresponds to it, the work that happens to refine it to a budget that gets presented to you. And that's what you task administration to do. So that work is done. When it comes to considering programs not to advance, it's very difficult for us because we have council policy that identifies areas for improvement.
I understand that, but in the case of Lewis Farm, right, we had certain cost overruns, and then you said, okay, we're going to reduce some programming to keep in the budget. What I'm asking you to answer is that, did you apply same kind of rethinking in the light of changed financial situation or the lack of few resources, pressure on inflation, and pressure on citizens and residents of the inflation? So I think the reality has changed quite a bit from when we gave approval in fall of 2021 to now. So that's what I want to understand. Did you do that kind of rethinking and say maybe we can do less of?
Again, always something that we do. If the question is what programs would we consider reducing, one of them would be water quality. We've had reports in front of committee a couple of times, and it was pretty clear from committee, those discussions, that wasn't something contemplated. We could reduce.
That's a good example. Did you do any other areas that
we
you
could
think of?
reduce the number of new trails that we're adding
Okay,
in, but
yeah.
that would deviate from what we've talked about a lot is with this council of active transportation improvements.
Okay.
When we go in to renew some of our facilities, the structures that are on the site, we could do a like for like, but then we'd be missing on the accessibility opportunities.
That's what I'm looking for. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, Mayor, I'll just add too, I have done that quite a bit as city manager. I've talked to the team about this and done a site review myself, and I've also talked to a whole bunch of consultants and construction folks who have opinions about Horlock Park. And so I believe we have, in the last 10 months, really asked those questions. What about this? What about that? And I've been satisfied with the answers in terms of this kind of, if we're going to do this, this is what we need to do. So.
Okay, well, that's good to know. That's what I wanted to find out. And it's still be done in 3 years, right?
Yeah, so the scope of the project is 2 years of construction. It's 3 years of construction, but really 1 year of that is to make sure that the vegetation reestablishes
Got it.
before people set foot on it.
Got it. Okay. Okay, that's all I had. I will take the chair back, and I will go to Councillor Principe.
I'm just to speak to it.
Speak. And Councillor Rice, you have more questions?
Yeah, I have one more question. So between the improvement and the capacity reduced, so when we did that public engagement, I understand and our Edmontonians want to see more park, and we want to see the parks amenities and in the place, and then we want to see the good conditions, good maintenance. However, and then in the engagement, is this awareness is clear in place and for public to know, and then the capacity of their usage and for the parks, because that park is actually really high usage, and for our Edmontonians to be aware of that reduced for 3 years. And then because what I heard from public hearing and people really worry about to close the park.
So the question is, were residents aware that as part of this engagement that this project would include a multi-year closure? Yes, absolutely. That was part of the engagement and awareness for Edmontonians when we were engaging.
So then they still want this improvement.
Well, no, like all of you, I wish we could magically just do this work without a closure. But the reality is it's 10 kilometers of utilities, it's kilometers of roadway, it's regrading the whole site. The reality is that it can't be done that quickly. But it was with full awareness when we engaged that this was the extent of the closure.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the questions. No more questions on this item. Go to Councillor Principe to, Councillor Paquette to speak. Okay. Councillor Principe to start, please. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that I will be supporting this amendment, and it took a lot of courage for the councillor to bring this forward. And I do understand administration's point that to take advantage of the closure while we can, but you know, we're all trying to, as you have, administration has tried to scrimp and save too and find ways, and I understand that. But in our role, we have to do that as well. So, so I just wanted to say thank you for bringing forward this amendment, and I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, you know, thankful to the councillor for bringing forward an opportunity for savings. But I can't support it for some good reasons. One is that we heard earlier today some frustration from council about past councils not fully funding projects or funding projects only halfway, and leaving a problem for this council. And just understanding those words, how can I possibly in any way support doing that to the next council? I can't. And so the other aspect is that the people of the city have expectations. We have policies for great facilities. And if we want to be able to host great festivals and events in Horlack Park, we should actually be able to do that to the best of our ability. There have been challenges that have been mounting year after year, decade after decade. And, you know, all good things must come to an end. And the old infrastructure there has served us well, but it really needs desperate improvement, as we've heard. The other aspect of why I can't support this reduction is just simply, if anyone's ever tried to live in a house that's being renovated while you're living there, it is maybe one of the most intensely uncomfortable experiences you'll ever have in your own home. And the same thing goes with the park. I mean, you know, just the idea that we would extend what is a necessary renovation into parts, and then people come and use the park, and then they've got to shut it down for the next stage, and like it will actually just keep coming back. And as it comes back, ironically, the prices will keep growing and getting higher and higher. So just from a fiscal standpoint, beyond the benefit of my own term, if I'm looking at the good of the city, this is a good expenditure in the long term. And so just in order to ensure that future generations don't have to pay for things that should have been done now, I would say let's just steady on. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. And I think it's very rare to see someone bring forward something of a reduction. I think it's the only reduction from a ward-specific councillor in their ward for this budget debate anyway on the capital side. And I really admire that courage. I cannot support the amendment on the floor for specifically the reasons of accessibility. I am a huge champion in universal design, and I want people of all ages, abilities, stages of life to be able to enjoy the beautiful park space, and especially the River Valley park space. And so when I think about just painting and re-shingling the roofs of the washrooms, I know that like they're already not at the standard for people with wheelchairs or walkers or like we've talked about gender diversity. So I think that it's really important that we continue on with this project. And I think from the equity lens, this is a well-loved park that serves so many across the ward. Across the city. I don't know anybody that I've talked to, even in my ward, that hasn't gone to or experienced either a festival or a picnic or a dog walk at Horlick Park. So it is one of the most used and loved parks. And so to make it accessible to all Edmontonians, I think, is an important consideration. And I urge my council colleagues to think about that as they're voting on this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. Just quickly, virtually the entirety of this project is renewal. There's categorizations that we make, to match our vernacular in our capital plan, but in essence, what we're doing is we're rebuilding a park that's 60 years old. And there's, we look back at when we've had pinch points before financially in the history of Edmonton, there's been times when we've reduced our maintenance and renewal budgets to zero. And I think that there's a bit of a thought that, you can defer things like this down the road and accomplish the same thing 2, 3, 5 years hence. The decision to do nothing is also a decision. And it's a decision that causes further deterioration, which results not only in further cost to fix what is further deteriorated, but the escalation cost that's involved. At some point, you have to rip off the Band-Aid and fix what's broken and replace it and renew it and maintain it. We have other examples where we haven't done that, and then we're faced with a much higher degree of criticality and far fewer choices. So I really don't like delaying what amounts to renewal projects, knowing that sooner or later we're going to have to do them anyway. There's very little to save here. It's critical infrastructure. The park has had a long history of having more and more stuff in it. It's now a collection of cobbled together utilities and electrical works and pipes and wires and conduits and cables underground. And it's time to peel that back, do it right, and have it live for another 75 years and serve all those generations and all those festivals. So really encourage my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and let's get on with renewing the park. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I would like to start, so I personally love this park. So used this park lots and for multi-functions. So really know this park very well. So through my using this park, I never heard anybody complain about the bad conditions about this park, about the washrooms, other facilities. So speak to my own experience. When we do something new, and then we're going to resolve the problem, and specific problem based on what's the complaint come back. So I don't know how many complaints we received regarding this park conditions, but I do heard the people concerned about the close 3 years to spend $130 million to do renew at current financial situation. Specifically, and if we could do and face by face to resolve some like top 1 to 3 issues, and we think it's necessary to have this project to be done, I think it would be benefit, and then to ensure, and then our park and is updating to the place, to the condition we want to be, and also to provide and to maintain that accessibility, and then for all the people who like use this park. So I'm going to support this motion, and then it's not about, I don't want to say the renewal in place. Is about how we do the renewal work, and in the way, and to balance our financial situation, and also to balance what actually the community needs, and for people to use to access this park. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, very briefly, just want to thank the mover for bringing it forward. I think, it really speaks to the citywide lens that you apply, and these are the fiscally responsible questions that we need to be asking when we're looking at projects like this. I do see the need and the necessity, and I think we've heard clearly from administration that this project is designed to be not bare bones in a negative way, but to maximize the efficiency of doing combined work all at once. And I think absolutely if we do it once and do it right, then we leave a legacy for decades to come. So I won't be supporting the motion, but again, very, very appreciative for the mover for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have chair.
Thank you. I do appreciate Councillor Jans bringing this forward again, right? Because we had this discussion in May, I think, or June, but in light of changed conditions and the financial challenges that we are, I think it was needed to have that this discussion, to ask these questions, and I'm satisfied that the administration giving us answers on that. They did look at it, and they did go out to the industry to seek views from them, or those who shared views with us, and that they looked at everything, whether it's possible to scale back or not, and their recommendation stands. Right? I, like many Edmontonians, my colleagues, I love this park. I think the one thing that really concerns people, will it be closed? Why it's been closed for 3 years? So my understanding that even if we scale back, it will still be closed for 3 years, right? So we cannot reduce the construction timeline. So that issue is not going to be resolved by scaling back. I know, so what I'm looking for is that when people go back to that park, once it's done, they will not be able to see the underground infrastructure, right? But if they are still not able to see accessible washrooms, they'll be annoyed. They'll say, no, this park was closed for 3 years. Well, I still have an inaccessible washroom, right? They'll be annoyed if they see trails still deteriorating, right? And or they'll be, frustrated, saying that, the water quality is the same, right? I think as we are there, let's bring it to code, bring it to a little bit better amenities. Then when the people go back, not only they will see that or know that that park is in good condition for as far as underground infrastructure is concerned, that there were enhancements made that will they maybe see, maybe it's well worth it waiting 3 years, right? So that's why I would not, Michael, I will not be supporting this, right? Let's move forward on this. And I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Jans to close.
Thank you. So I think where I want to start is talking about tourism and attraction to our city. We heard a lot about how important the festivals are and how Horlick Park is really our central park. And I do not dispute any of that. But how many of us also received messages about downtown or working on housing the unhoused, or working on social disorder on White Ave or in other communities. And I guess this comes back to me as, of course, we want to take care of our assets, but no one will die. No one will die if we do not fix Horlick Park. But people are dying actively on our streets right now by decisions we are making, and this is the opportunity cost for me. That, you know, can we shave this to the essentials, and keep the park's utilities going, but have a few more dollars to spend on other priorities, and help people out. We talk about washrooms in Horlick, but the absence of washrooms in other areas have led to, I think, 180 cases of Shigella, and people being hospitalized due to a lack of suitable washrooms and defecation related diseases here. Like, for me, this is the horrible conversations that we're having to have this budget. And yes, we can blame the provincial government and ask them to step up, but where we're at right now is that we're having to go through every single expenditure in our budget, and to try and prioritize safety. Like, yes, administration mentioned the active transportation trails in the park. That's lovely, but I'm not getting crushed by an F-150 on those trails. People are on the other streets, having more money to put towards safe streets and road renewal and bike lanes and the traffic safety, traffic calming work. That's other dollars. So we have very little money, and every dollar we spend here has an opportunity cost. And that's, I guess, my frustration in this. And, you know, in 2019, council started the conversation about the extension of the Mayfair lease, but no money or no conversation was talked about in terms of what is the plan for Horlick for the future. So I think we would be best to go back to Edmontonians and say, what is our vision for the entirety of this area and the River Valley in general, especially these conversations around River Valley as natural park. But for now, let's just keep it to the utilities. Let's not look at the trails. Let's not look at dredging the pond. Let's not look at these other pieces. Let's put the health and safety of our neighbors first, and free up more resources to spend on those critical priorities. Again, I said this earlier, my three lenses are climate, housing and human rights, transportation, mode shift, and this doesn't meet those three criteria. So it's really unfortunate. We've seen changes to High Level Bridge. We've seen changes to, and had so many other emotional conversations, but I don't want to be sitting here a year or two from now really regretting that we didn't set aside additional money for some of those other critical priorities. So that's the impetus for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Okay. Now we go next to the list. Councillor Jans, Councillor Paquette, no. Councillor Tang. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I do have an amendment, I believe it's C-43. That pay-as-you-go funding recommended for capital profile, CM 601461, police IT applications enhancement, page 275, as per Appendix A, be reduced by $4,295,000, $1,073,750 in each of the 4 years. And
Just hold on. I just need, that was C-43.
Am I right?
Yep, moved by Councillor Tang, second by Councillor Salvador. And please make the introduction.
Yeah, I think, really appreciate many of my colleagues for trying to find space in this capital budget, in particular pay-as-you-go, which again is a very our most flexible funding. So this is one of several growth packages put forward by EPS. With such a tight budget, growth is just not possible for all programs. And I'm approaching this from more, I guess, a practicality perspective. This amendment allows the profile to focus on the legislatively mandated technology enhancement projects. And the value in this amendment is what was recommended through administration, through Q&A. And that's the premise for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Questions, please? All right, questions? No questions? Oops. Councillor Hamilton.
So I saw that folks from EPS are on the line. I'm just trying to pull up the package. What would the impact of a $4.295 million reduction be on this profile? We can't hear you, but I don't know if anyone's talking.
Sorry, was that a question for us?
Yeah, sorry, yeah. Yeah, what would the impact be of a $4.295 million reduction on this specific profile?
Yeah, so the original request that commission approved was for 14.4 million. The administration submitted a recommendation to fund at roughly $11.8 million. An additional $4 million would take us into the realms of areas that we had submitted through consultation with city council or city administration around the systems that have an imminent employee safety concern or are a safety concern along the public, or into the areas that are with regard to legislative requirements. So we worked in consultation with the city around which items had either safety concern or a legislative requirement. The number that was put forward by city administration removed anything that did not meet one of those two criteria.
So further removing dollars from this profile would impact an area that is either mandated or public safety.
Correct.
I understand. Okay. All right. If this amendment passes, what's your backstop on this?
We would return back to our commission, go through the submissions that we had put within those growth profiles, and identify the ones that would have the least impact to those two areas, most likely focusing on the legislative requirements must be met pieces, and then looking at the ones that would have the other side of the equation around officer safety or impacts in those spaces.
Okay, thank you. A recurring theme here over the last few days has been that sometimes capital profiles are identified as growth. That is, I'll say, a small G word versus a big G word. As in, is this new? Is this to essentially substantially replace like for like, or bring you up to a regulatory compliance, which has shifted over time? Or is this about new, like a new service, like a new delivery model?
So the short answer to that would be both. For example, one of the items that we would be speaking to is the request for funding as part of this to increase the online reporting types of reports and the features that we could have through that. So that would be a case where it is something that we are adding a functionality to an existing piece. There are other items where we'd be looking to expand things such as the officer tracking through geolocation of the officer themselves as compared to just the vehicles. So when they're out of vehicles for their safety purposes, presently there's very few officers that we have a person tracking level of GPS on. So there's various items. So some of them would be added features to existing things that exceed the threshold that would have it in a sustainment piece. Others would be a new system or things that we expect to get from the legislative changes that may be coming from the province. For example, in the last 4 years, we had over $1 million worth of expense in our IT capital budget to make the legislative changes or to meet the requirements that legislative change province put in place.
Thank you. I'll listen to other questions from folks.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Wright, you're next.
Hi, thank you. So you said expected legislative changes. So nothing has been legislated at this point that you're looking for these funds for?
So at this point, no, there are expected pieces and continuation of the administrative sanctions. So in the last 4 years, they changed the impaired driving, for example, or the way that the province approached ticketing, where there was administrative sanctions penalties, or another example would be Bill C-75, which is the diversionary or off-ramping approach to offenders. All of those require changes. We generally don't get much notice from the province or the feds, other than when the bills are tabled. So in a 4-year budget cycle, a bill could come 6 months notice. It may be put in place about a year later. So we don't really get a notification that would give us a 4-year timeline window on what administrative or regulatory changes would take place.
So if additional funds were needed and not accounted for in the police funding formula that's being developed or being considered, you could come back at a supplemental budget adjustment then? That would give you a year, you indicated, right?
So the funding formula does not include capital costs. That's an operating expense piece. So in this case, we're before you for our capital discussion on the growth side. So this is normally where that cost would lie.
Okay, well, I think that was part of our funding formula discussion, was going to be what sort of service packages come forward in that, so. But so we don't know that this is legislated at this time. And how much are you anticipating of this funds would be a legislative requirement?
Change it. So are you speaking specifically to expected legislative change, or are you speaking to the systems that are required under the basket of the legislations we operate under? We anticipate about $1 million from
expected
new
legislative change. I'm sorry, how much?
Anticipate if from province or federal, based on the last 4 to 6 years, we anticipate about $1 million spend to adjust or add features to our systems over 4 years to address legislative change, if we're looking at historic precedents.
Okay, thank you. And to administration then, because I only have a couple minutes here. The representatives from EPS talked about that they went to you to find out what could be safety or legislative amounts, I guess, that would be eligible. But then Councillor Tang has also said that this was the figure that was provided by administration that could be sort of, I guess, waived or reconsidered or put off. So I'm wondering where those differences have occurred.
So I think they came to us for the criteria we were using to determine safety and legislation to make sure that their approach was consistent with city administration approach. And I apologize, I'm unclear on where these numbers actually came from. We're just trying to sort it out.
Maybe to the mover then? Councillor
Yeah, there were several questions in the written about which component of this composite is legislatively required and what are the other pieces for. And this was a breakdown, and when we submitted the amendment information, we didn't actually specify a number. We just said for the reduction to reduce by the portion that's not legislatively required. Although I am hearing clearly there's far more context to some of that answers that wasn't provided in the written, so appreciate that.
Okay, thank you very much. And
Thank you,
I'll
Councillor.
refer to the questions, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, to administration. Based on our decreases thus far, including what was in the omnibus, based on our decreases so far, including what was in the omnibus, and then what we've debated so far, how much pay-as-you-go funding have we freed up from that one? I think it was 1.3 number that was highlighted to us before we voted on the omnibus. I think we cleared up. We had the 8 million. Yeah, just what is our?
So I can give you the number to date.
Yes, to date, to right now, to this debate. Yes,
right,
that's
okay,
what
so
I'm looking for.
With everything that you've approved, reductions, and anything that's been added back, right now the pay-as-you-go is over-committed by $17.6 million.
17.6 million. Okay, and that's just roughly a 1% tax increase.
Quick math, yes.
And we already have operational increase committed to the Edmonton Police Service plus other funded capital profiles like the headquarters, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And one question is already answered. Another question is to administration. And in terms of the IT increase, and do we have specific the number and to demonstrate what's the IT specific increase in our civil department for the percentage and in this budget?
Sorry, what percentage are we increasing IT technology?
Yes.
I'd have to calculate it, but there's actually not very much IT additions on the civic department side.
Yeah, so if you could provide that percentage, that would be helpful. And because what I heard and from previous conversation or discussion we have, and then we try to keep that consistent increase and across civic department as well, right?
Yeah, so we try to keep the methodology consistent across the civic departments. But I think in terms of IT infrastructure and maybe where the consistency comes in is when we look to IT infrastructure within the civic departments, we have a governance process that we follow that puts forward certain IT technology projects, then we make those decisions. I believe that is a similar process that the police is also following. What are all the IT projects they need to do? What if it is legislative? What if it is safety related? What if it funds the rest of the things in alignment with their strategy? I don't want to speak for them, but I think the governance process and what gets recommended in terms of IT is consistent.
Oh, not, okay, that's
I
easy.
can speak to that if there's a wish to do so.
Just to add to that quickly, the 7 million in this 11 million is identified for legislative, and then there's 4 million that we had aligned to public safety. So we did follow that methodology.
Okay, that's great. So that means same methodology applied and constantly. That is my question. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Yeah. So a couple of questions I need clarification on. One is under cities purview, all the upgrades that we do to IT applications and enhancements, do they fall under capital or do they fall under operating?
We generally budget for them on the capital side.
Okay.
The accounting rules sometimes require them to be operating. We shift them after.
Okay, got it. So this is consistent with city practices that EPS is following. And I also need clarification on, I just want to make I understand it properly, that when you do allocation on pay as you go to agencies, there's a certain criteria that you follow, right? And under that criteria, you allocated some money to the Edmonton Public Library, and you allocate some money to EPS as well, right?
They get allocations consistent with how we make allocations across our civic departments.
Got it.
Then they follow the methodology that we follow in identifying what is legislative, what is safety related. and
So
what is
exactly the same, there's a consistency of many things that EPS follows as city does, as other agencies do. Like in this, would EPL, would this follow the same kind of?
When it comes to capital, we apply the same
Got it.
across all, whether it's civic, EPL, EPS, we look at it in the same vein.
Got it. I think that is very important to understand, because one thing that I've been asking questions about police budget ever since I got elected, and one consistency I've been kind of figuring it out, that police budget should be seen as we see other civic budgets, right? It should be growing or decreasing or same criteria, the same place, same pace. I think this is consistent with the in that approach. Yeah, okay. That's in my mind, at least. This is consistency that we need to follow, and I hope that we follow that. I'll come to speaking when I come to speaking on that. Councillor Paquette, go ahead. Sorry, I take the chair back. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, to administration, really quickly, when it comes to our equipment at the city, do we use it till failure, or do we use it till close to failure, and then what happens to it? I don't know who
I
would be best
would,
to answer that.
I'm leery to say we use it to failure, but we stretch our resources as far as possible. And in recent years, that has meant that we have been replacing because it's absolutely necessary to replace.
Right.
And I would just add, Councillor, that I would say how much you can go on that kind of depends on, so when I think about first responders like firefighters, I'm not willing to budge on their personal protection and safety one bit because of the job they do. And so I think, we, compared to some other jobs in the city, we could probably, because it's not life-saving, right, for them and life-protecting for them. So first responders in particular on the city side with fire and I would say with peace officer, for example, we want to make sure they're properly protected. So we would have a different threshold, I would say, with their needs.
And maybe just to add that because we were able to fund the 4.29, that 4.29 million is what police had intended for projects to mitigate safety and public safety and member safety concerns. So there was a component that was legislative in the profile, and the 4.295 is what they identified to be safety related.
Okay, that clears things up a little bit. And so, so sort of on our Parks and Rec kind of thing, we might use equipment to failure, but with fire and with peace officers, that's not the route we would take. And so the lens through which this profile was looked at was the same as the lens we would look through for peace officers and fire.
That's correct. And we always, well, I can't speak because this is a police profile, but in general, yes. And we consider the risks of not renewing is a key part of our decision making.
And it's not all the same for every piece of equipment. So for example, a respirator for a firefighter, I think is an absolutely no fail. It's got to be working 100% of the time with redundancies. But perhaps, something else is not. So, we do look at all those and do a risk assessment, especially to protect our people. Yeah.
Okay. And so these numbers that we're seeing in front of us are consistent with the city approach to safety?
Yes, absolutely, Councillor. That's our best advice, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So that concludes the questions on this item. At this time, I will ask if council members to sign up to speak if they wish to do so. Sign up to speak. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it really brief. Just on Friday, we were debating the same thing around a library. This is, as Councillor Tang has mentioned, not about merit. This is not ideological. We're just literally trying to mitigate that tax increase as best we can, and pay-as-you-go is the space in which to do that. I didn't hear anything today through the debate that made me concerned about the reduction in the proposed amendment in terms of meeting our legislative requirements. And again, once we give an envelope of money anyway, we can't guarantee how or what it's used for with this particular pocket of money. And I feel like there's a few things that we've seen as an example from the last budget that were approved, and then we haven't seen them come to fruition in the capital budget. So I think that this is a prudent way to reduce that 17.6 million even further as we debate other things and look to be aware of our impact on Edmontonians while also still meeting our safety obligations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll also be brief. I think the mover has done a good job of trying to parse out what is legislatively required and what is above and beyond that. Looking at where we're at with pay-as-you-go, I think we need to consider these reductions really carefully, and recognizing that we have a number of important items coming forward for increases. That's something that's on my mind. So I just want to thank Councillor Tang for bringing this forward, and I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before hearing administration's responses, I would have voted against this. And the reason I would have voted against this is because I just don't think that we should ever cut corners, especially when it comes to safety, not one dime. And what I heard is that it will not be the case, and that this is just looking at that safety and equipment lens that we use at the city, which has frankly served us well and served our first responders well. So I'm comfortable with this, but again, before that knowledge, I absolutely would have voted against this, but here we are. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Thank you. I know I appreciate Councillor Tang bringing this forward and opportunity for this discussion, but I am not going to support her amendment because throughout my line of questioning to EPS, I want to see a consistency in how EPS and other city services are supported. And this funding allocated for capital is based on a consistent formula, keeping safety regulation in mind. And I hope that we provide same kind of consistency when it comes to operational police funding related to other city services, and that has not happened. City services has not seen the kind of increases that EPS operations have seen, and in some cases, city services have their contribution from taxpayer has declined. At the same time, EPS operational budget has increased by 60%. I hope that moving forward, we apply this consistent approach, and I hope that EPS and Police Commission, if they want this consistent approach to be honored and applied to capital funding, that they'll be open and to having the same consistent approach applied to operational funding. So I will not be supporting based on that that value. Okay, I'll take the chair back, and I'll go to Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I would. No other organization in the city has a funding formula, and so when we talk about fairness here, no one else is afforded the same generosity and flexibility and predictability as the Edmonton Police Service. So I think Councillor Paquette made a really good point about assurances around safety here. I think in the past, as I think Councillor Rutherford was alluding to, whether it was the labeling of where the $4.5 million airplane fit within the police capital expenditures, or whether it was the fact that resources were allocated for dash cams and then did not appear to be dash cams, or we see another ask for dash cams. Like, there's ongoing concern here. So I'm not comfortable supporting this either. I asked a number of different questions about where can we find resourcing within the police budget around the middle management or the management costs. Why are salaries higher than Edmonton? Why are there more levels of management than, say, the fire department or other comparisons? So I think we need to continue to work with the police to find resources within their budget. We need to work to civilianize. We need to work to flatten the management structures. 7 to 11% higher salaries for their managers than City of Edmonton managers even is concerning. So there's certainly, as the chief likes to say, money in the system. And here, as we look at this tight budget and we look at resourcing, I'm mindful of that chart that the mayor created with this expenditure per capita per person. And Edmonton still remains the highest out of Alberta, and I believe still second highest in Canada per capita per person on spending. So I commend Councillor Tang for finding this and bringing it forward. And we can still work towards having the best, well-resourced police service in Alberta, and we already do.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I really appreciate the conversation this afternoon. Yeah, this one is a tough one for me, but I think I come back to the value of ensuring that our investments in our people and our equipment are as they should be. I think about the conversation we had around our library resources and seeing the value that has. I'm mindful that the recommended budget approval is currently lower than what EPS was working for. I think what's been proposed by administration is a really reasonable balance, but I'm worried about further cuts to that provision that's been made. So really appreciate the mover for bringing it forward, appreciate the conversation that's been had this afternoon, but I won't be able to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Anyone else to speak? Seeing none, Councillor Tang to close.
Yeah, and quickly, you know, I recognize, I think we're coming to hopefully a close with some of our reduction amendments, and I'm very conscious we have a lot of additions coming. You know, with the major reductions a no-go, we kind of have to resort to looking for change in the couch. I'm applying the same lens as I do with several other profiles when it comes to growth. And you know, I do have one more that it really is along the same reasoning. You know, I recognize, and this is through sifting through the hundreds of questions that this council have submitted to the various agencies, boards, and commissions, and to administration, and parsing things out, which is always an extremely difficult exercise. You know, I would imagine all public safety related capital profiles and service packages are all safety related and all incredibly critical. And so, you know, this is the painful process of budget deliberation. And I just hope, you know, regardless of where this lands, I hope that this also demonstrates that, you know, this council takes this budget incredibly seriously, going through a line by line and even going deeper and digging further above and beyond. So with that, I appreciate the conversation and I appreciate the context that the commission and the service have provided. They were, you know, very, very interesting and it, you know, it was helpful. And thank you for the opportunity for this.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. For folks listening at EPS, which means that funding is retained as presented by administration. Yeah. Okay. Next, we have 8 minutes before we take the break. Councillor Tang had chance. Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Wright, you have something?
No, nothing.
Okay, then I'm back in the same round. To clerk, we have still a few more left, right? Yeah. Councillor Stevenson? No? Right, Steve? Ann? No? Councillor Cartmel? No? Councillor Principe? No? Councillor Rutherford? No? Councillor Jans?
Can we do Horlick
No.
Park again?
We done the Horlick Park.
Just one more time, though.
Okay. Councillor Paquette? No? Councillor Tang?
Okay, yes.
I was always
One
coming
last
to
one.
you, right? But then I had to go through the list to.
Okay, last one, and maybe we can do this before 3:30. This is a C44. The capital profile CM 120300 values of animal enclosure renewal and enhancement proposed 2023-2026 capital budget be decreased by 3.6 million, $150,000 in 2023, $800,000 in 2024, $1.9 million in 2025, and $750,000 in 2026 in pay-as-you-go funding to remove all growth components from the profile.
This was moved by Councillor Tang, second by Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang, can you make the introduction, please?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I actually think I said plenty in the previous amendment, and this is along the same line, looking for pay-as-you-go funding as incredibly flexible. You know, I would hate to see the majority of the additions coming forward to be turned down, and I just looking to make some space. And this dollar figure is arrived because 33% of this profile is growth. So again, same rationale, we can't do growth in, across the board in all programs. This also, recognizes on top of that, we just recently approved not a complete cancellation of the Nature's Wild Backyard, and there's a component that was retained for some of the work as well. So combined, this is a lens I did when parsing out this budget. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang, Councillor Stevenson, you go ahead.
Thank you, and again, appreciate that we're looking at every source possible for some of the pay-as-you-go funding. Just wondering maybe to City Clerk, I just wasn't, is this motion still in order? Because I believe we did have another motion that moved funding into this profile. And would this be a reduction from that new amount that we approved? Or, if you could just walk me through the technicalities there.
So we can look at it, but it was my understanding that they were different profiles.
Oh, okay.
And so one was a particular project, and then that one failed, and I can look at it and get you the number. And then there was an amendment to the amendment for a lesser amount that did pass, but the Nature's Backyard project as originally presented was off the table. But it was my understanding that this was a separate request to reduce, which was why we left it in thinking it was in order.
Okay, and my memory was that we closed the Nature's Backyard but moved the funding into what I thought was this profile.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if this is the funding that now would be to be reduced, but since it's almost break time,
Gotcha.
I can confer with my friends over in the middle, and then we can come back, but it was my understanding that they were not my friends in the middle, the city manager.
I think it's the same profile, different projects.
Okay, so then,
Yeah, this was a profile in addition to Nature's Wild Backyard. On the basis of the decision of Nature's Wild Backyard, our recommendation was to roll that funding that council approved into this profile, but this was a profile by itself before that decision was made. So there are projects within this profile that, again, presumably the councillor that moved this amendment was looking at this specific component of it.
okay, so this in no way impacts or changes sort of the approach that we set out in terms of reallocating the Nature's Backyard to sort of that different approach. This is something entirely separate.
I think this is the stuff outside of Nature's Wild Backyard.
That's correct. Locationally, this is outside of that area.
Okay, well, thank you, that clarifies. So then could you just share a little bit then in terms of what this decrease means? And I don't even know, I guess I don't even know what proportion of funding that is.
Well, I think you can ask the councillor that, but I presume it's the growth component.
Yeah, I had mentioned it was a 33%.
And that growth component, which is again back to the explanation that this is all renewal, but the component that is true renewal is the 67%. The growth is getting it to current standards.
Okay, and again, are these, so these are all the animal enclosures? Are these areas where we're risking loss of the accreditation, or?
That's correct. And Roger may be able to speak to more specifics if you'd like.
Yeah, Councillor, these ones aren't necessarily related to the accreditation the way some of the ones in Nature's Wild Backyard were, but these are upgrades to lighting, HVAC systems in the enclosures, an animal restraint system to make it safer for the animals and our zookeepers. So they're technically growth, but they are sort of in the vein of renewing it to an appropriate current standard.
And would this reduction result in just certain facilities not being, having the renewal undertaken? Or would it sort of decrease a range of projects?
We'd probably have to work with our zoo partners to confirm priorities and then adjust accordingly, which could then lead to some of the discussion we had on Nature's Wild Backyard around allocation of animals or proper enclosures for animals.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor, this one identified 6 exhibits, and the growth elements probably touch 5 of the 6 that were planned for the renewal.
Could you say that again? I'm sorry.
So this profile, the renewal piece, was for 6 different exhibits, ones that we hadn't talked about with Nature's Wild Backyard, and there's growth pieces in I think 5 of the 6 rehabs.
Okay. Okay.
Again, things like improved lighting, improved air handling, animal restraint systems.
Gotcha. Okay, well, thank you. I look forward to hearing others' thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So that brings us to 3:30. We will take a 15-minute break and we'll be back at 3:45. Until then, we are on recess. Okay, we'd like to call this meeting back to order. Do a roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmill is coming in. Councillor Rice.
Here.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Okay. And Councillor Rutherford is here as well. Okay, can I, how do I access my screen? How do I see the names on the list for speakers?
I do apologize. We're just loading it now.
No worries.
So I did have a manual list here. So I had Councillor Salvador and then Councillor Hamilton next.
Councillor Salvador, go ahead, please.
My questions were actually answered, so I can remove myself.
Councillor Hamilton, and I think Councillor Principe, you have questions too? Go ahead. Okay, here's Councillor Hamilton is here.
Councillor Principe can go while
Okay, Councillor Principe, go ahead. I'll come to Councillor Hamilton later.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have more questions about the growth. This is specifically for the enclosures, not new animals being introduced. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this growth component is just getting to standards?
Yes, go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, Councillor, these enclosures are at the end of their life, so it's bringing them up to modern standards for safety and for the basic infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton?
I did have a question about whether or not this was in order, just given that the conversation that had been had last week. But it sounds like that it was settled that because it's a different profile within, no, it's a different project within a profile.
Yes.
Yeah, so, but I'm guessing, okay, so maybe the question to you, Mr. Lachlan, we've established that there's a difference between small g and big G growth, and this is an example of small g growth. This is replacement of existing enclosures with bringing it up to contemporary standards.
Yeah, and so we've got renewal, we've got growth because of renewal, and then we've got growth as sort of a new.
Mm-hmm.
This would be in that middle category where you're renewing infrastructure but bringing it to current standards.
And given that last week when you talked about this profile specifically, and you said if we were only to allocate Nature's Wild Backyard to, or if we were to cancel Nature's Wild Backyard, there'd be an additional sort of 25 million, give or take, 50 to 100% on that. Like, how would this reduction impact your costing of this project?
So this reduction would mean that we would prioritize within these locations based on the funding that's provided. The amount allocated from the previous amendment on the basis of reducing or eliminating Nature's Wild Backyard would have a similar composition of renewal and growth because of renewal.
So is there a likelihood that you could be back before us before the end of 2023, having recosted this profile and looking for additional funds?
Either that or identifying and maybe Roger can speak to this, animals that we'd have to consider a new home for.
Okay, so even though Mr. Jevney mentions that this isn't specifically related to the CASA accreditation, it sounds like that, well, it's not, like that there's I'll say tangential relationship to the question of zoo operations if council doesn't approve the renewal profile here.
Yeah, Councillor, the specific enclosures that were up for renewal in this profile, They met the CASA standards, but they're at the end of their life. They need to be replaced. The ones that were really at risk were the ones in Nature's Well Backyard, where we got an exemption to the accreditation based on the fact that they were going to be replaced. So we will have to rescope and figure out what to do with those enclosures and whether we can continue with all of those species within the funds that are available.
All right. I think that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Wright.
Hi, thank you. So I notice in the profile it says that it would take the zebras up to checkpoint 3. So this isn't the extent that would be needed to create the enclosures that would accommodate the zebras. Is that right?
That's right. This would make some improvements to the handling systems in the current barn and begin the design work on a replacement barn.
So we would definitely be seeing some more funds required. And this is coming from pay-as-you-go, which is already oversubscribed, as we learned last item. And so is there any overlap in the funding that resulted from last week's motion with the funding being requested here, or they are totally separate enclosures and upgrades that are needed?
Yeah, they're separate, but now they've been merged into one profile. And I think, as Adam said, we would go back and relook at how we would best use that profile to address the priority rehab needs.
Okay, and looking at the profile, the priorities for this one would be the ones approaching end of life, and then next in line would be the seal and sea line enclosures?
Yeah, those enclosures, the seal and sea line enclosure, it's just seals, but it does have a bit of a leak. That's what would be addressed there. No enhancements, just try and address some of the leaks in the system.
Okay, so it's just a study to investigate, so it's not actual improvement of those enclosures?
I think the first step is to understand what's happening in those enclosures and then come up with a design solution.
Okay, and I think we also talked last week that maybe we need to have a more broader conversation about what the vision is for the zoo here. So, no, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford.
Okay, so just that one enclosure is to checkpoint 3, right? The other ones are all, like, what is the timeline for that composite? What is the timeline to get these enclosures up to par? Like, are we gonna, is it gonna be done within the next 6 months, the next year, the next 4 years? What's that looking like?
We've tried to identify that the first year would be a lot of what Roger mentioned in terms of design and understanding scope. And then we get into construction in year 2 of this budget cycle. So I'm looking at it, you may not be looking at it. We identify construction starting in 2024.
Yeah, I guess to Mr. Laughlin, or actually to Mr. Corbould, I'll actually direct this question to Mr. Corbould. Based on some of the conversation you've heard during budget deliberation so far, do you see any opportunity to, with this composite, to escalate that for the enclosures that are either needing CASA standards in enhancements or just at their end of life cycle? Is there any opportunity to do that?
I think there might be, but I'd have to sort of take a harder look at it. I'm just not familiar with the details, but there's always opportunity, I would say. But
would you need a subsequent for that when we get to budget?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. When was the sea lion enclosure built?
I think probably 5 years ago.
So
that's a gap, but relatively recently.
So it's recent, and then we already have a defect with it?
Yeah, there's some investigations as to some water loss.
Okay, you can ask that question, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that's interesting. So if this scope was reduced, rather than it just being on a, I know that the mover said a 33% the growth component, but we've learned that the growth is really hard to parse out. Would there be an enclosure that would be less priority in this composite. Do you get what I'm asking? Like if there was a priority sequencing of those enclosures and this money is not given to you, like this amendment passes, would there be an enclosure or an animal or a grouping of assets at the zoo that would be considered lowest priority?
I think we'd have to take that back, Councillor Rutherford, to confirm that and work with Roger's team.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just trying to understand the implications of this amendment on the floor in the moment, because I have to vote yes or no in a few minutes. So just trying to understand does this specific amendment direct you specifically to cut the growth of all of those, or would you need an amendment to the amendment to say, keep the growth components, but reprioritize the enclosures within the composite?
I think we'd I don't know if we'd need that direction. I think we would take it on the basis of, here's the allocation provided for these locations and prioritize where it's most critical.
So you would still potentially do growth, but on those critical paths?
Correct.
So you don't need an amendment to amendment. You understand that from this amendment?
Correct.
Okay, that helps me. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just add, Councillor, that once we get all the sort of cumulative impacts of the amendments on the zoo, I'll be asking the team to say, okay, based on all of that, what is best to do? And if that requires me to come back to council for a smart decision, then I would do that.
Absolutely, I appreciate that, Mr. Corbell.
Councillor Rutherford, I misspoke. The Arctic Shores opened in 2012, so 10 years ago, not 5.
Okay, that's a big difference. Thank you for clarifying.
That's my mistake.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
And sorry, just that is better that it's 10 years and not 5. I just want to get a sense of, is that normal to get 10 years out of what we're just talking about and then have to do more work?
No, but
Okay.
this isn't an atypical facility.
Fair
I'm sorry,
enough,
this isn't
fair.
atypical. This isn't
Yeah.
a typical facility.
And
So
I mean, I don't want to get too much into the weeds right now, but I guess I just, is there was it not built appropriately? Is there accountability? How does that, and this probably isn't a budget amendment conversation, but when I hear that, that does raise bigger concerns that I feel like people would want to get some type of understanding on. So even if that could be like a memo to find out, like, why does something like that happen, and how do we make sure we're holding folks accountable? I know it doesn't affect this, but I thought we should flag it now. So.
yeah, which we can certainly do as
Okay.
we investigate. Understanding what you led off with is depending on sort of the impacts associated with it, and if we're doing anything from a legal perspective.
Yeah, yeah.
But don't have that information at
I
hand.
don't need it right now. I just didn't want to lose that piece. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. So that concludes the questions on this item. Any more questions? I see none. So now to speak. Please clear the deck. Okay, here we go. Please sign up to speak. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you very much. And again, I've talked a lot about the importance of and the flexibility of pay-as-you-go funding. But in my discussion and my closing remarks related to the Nature's Wild Backyard Phase 2, I talked about also the fiduciary duty and the requirement to take care to the best of our ability the animals that we do have in our care. And so I worry that this reduction in this composite doesn't allow us to meet that moral and commitment obligation to those animals that are currently in our care. I'm comforted that there's no new animals coming in as a result of this, as we do have to have that bigger conversation. I'm also interested in a subsequent to talk about how do we make sure that some of these, what I read in the composite profile were very concerning deficiencies for these animals, are prioritized as soon as possible once this funding is allocated. So that's something I'm interested in pursuing as a subsequent. But I think we need to hold that money that is for proper care of the animals that we have in our care to the full extent, and then expedite that work as much as possible. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not inclined to support this. I appreciate where the conversation around pay-as-you-go funding has gone. But to points made by Councillor Rutherford, I think we might be undermining basic care for existing animals at the zoo. Maybe I'll leave it there. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Wright?
Thank you. I will be voting in support of this. We do need to find money where we can. I appreciate Councillor Tang for bringing this forward. I am concerned that we're putting money towards something that we still don't know the full extent of what it's going to cost us, and until we have a more fulsome discussion on our vision for the zoo in the new year, I can't see putting more money. What is it? Good money after bad, I guess is the saying, until we do find out what we want to do with it.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor Wright. Please vote. Oops, sorry, to close. Councillor Tang to close.
Yes, just
Sorry about that, Councillor Tang.
very quickly, and I think the patience of my colleagues here for some of these amendments that I recognize are not always popular, and I think that's the hard conversations when it comes to a budget deliberation. I think it was in the words of Councillor Carmel on his alley renewal cut that sometimes, even some of these amendments might not be the best thing, but they do need to be explored and discussed, and I appreciate the conversation. I mean, I will say, I think the more I listen to this conversation around the zoo for enclosures to dwindle to the current state, almost emergency, that actually concerns me far greater, and I look forward to any subsequent motions that will be coming forward on the future of the zoo. And I think, I'll leave it at that. I think I said plenty about my line of thinking leading to this point. Again, appreciate the conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote now.
We're just waiting on one vote. Councillor Paquette?
I've got the spinning wheel of no.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Okay. Moving on. Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Wright, no. Right, and do we have any more reduction motions, amendments? Sorry, Councillor, I'll go to the Salvador, no. Councillor Knack, no. Councillor Rice, go ahead.
So this is our last reduction. So is a C31. Before that, I would like to say thank administration, and then we sort out the final wording here, and then it might be a little bit different from what you have on the sheets, but we'll appreciate if administration can put on the screen. That capital profile CM-35-0000, open spaces, soft landscaping, renew from page 468 of attachment 1, recommended funding be reduced by 250,000, one more time, $6.25 million in 2023 with funding from pay-as-you-go.
Okay. Does administration have the new wording, please, if you don't mind?
We're just going to put it up right now.
Yeah, thank you. Here we go. This was moved by Councillor Rice and second by Councillor Principe. Councillor Principe, you're good with those changes? Okay. And this is in order, right? Yep, good. All right. Councillor Rice, can you make the introduction, please?
So, as this profile indicated, this new budget request, and total $25 million, and it is to plant some new trees as growth, and then also as a renew portion is of the tree grades. This amendment intends to identify the potential overlap, funding, and the request to plant trees across the city. And also intended to identify some savings on some of unnecessary tree grades in each area and which trees are going to plant from prioritizing and perspective. So that's the introduction. And thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Hamilton.
I had a question for administration. This is this is a renewal profile, correct? The replacement essentially of trees and shrubs.
Yes.
And
grates and supporting infrastructure as well.
yeah, okay, so some non-organic material as well. And I was looking, maybe a good question is the breakdown between the organic and non-organic renewal on the soft landscaping. Yeah, that's a bit of a curveball. Yeah, sorry. And I ask because I know that, for instance, with our growth, with our tree canopy, there may be some funding available through grant programs, and I'm wondering, would this replacement piece be eligible under that? Some of the replacement costs.
So maybe get Pascal to speak to this, because the allocation, this is renewal.
Yeah.
The allocation doesn't sort of compare to the renewal allocation that we have for other assets on the hope that we could get additional funding. So Pascal?
Yeah, so the RIMS ideal for this program is $181 million for the 4 years, and we're funding it at 14%, which is $25 million, because there is some other programs, especially with federal government support, that could allow us to compensate. But we've made the tough decision to reduce that funding, considering the fact that there could be other sources to support the tree programs.
Okay, so this is already below the 25% renewal threshold that's sort of been set across the board, with the understanding that you might be able to make up substantial pieces of that through other grant funding. So when you say that, that says to me that the majority of the soft landscaping is the inorganic.
So in the $25 million, we have about only $1 million for the non-organic.
Okay, that's not a lot of, wait, so $25 million for the non-organic or organic?
Sorry, out of the 25, we had about $1 million for the non-organic.
Okay, so $24 million in trees and shrubs and mulch is probably in there somewhere. I don't, cedar chips. Okay, so, and is that I'm so sorry. Are these non-organic, like, is the non-organic renewal commensurate with 14%, or is it is that 100% of the non-organic renewal on soft landscaping?
No, so yeah, we will be looking at prioritizing within the budget, and so the non-organic renewal is also was also reduced to align with the rest, and it's really about grades to protect the trees and boulevards.
Yeah. So, what would the impact of this reduction be in terms of your ability to deliver services in the city?
It would really impact our ability to replace the trees as they need replacement.
Okay, and you're talking about like the grates that go over the root bases in sort of core neighborhoods.
Yeah, exactly. So the trees that need protection based from sidewalks or boulevards, so they have those grates, and then most of the funding, as we mentioned, is for the trees themselves, and so replacing them.
What would the net impact of this be? And I use the example of ETS talking about the going from a reduction to 2 new bus purchases. So what does this reduction do in terms of your net impact?
So we replace about 3,000 trees a year, and so that would significantly impact our abilities to meet that level of tree replacement. So about 25% cut.
Okay, of how many? 3,000 trees.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. So just thinking about some of the tree grates and supporting infrastructure, I know a lot of that infrastructure is along some of our main streets, and I believe there's a tie-in with some of our BIAs as well. How would this, or maybe I'm wrong, but how would this work intertwine with some of our partnerships with BIAs?
I would say that this would be a separate budget on the work that we're doing on any streetscaping or renewal of the BIAs. We'd integrate that within that program, the neighborhood renewal program, separate from this.
Okay, so this would not affect that then?
Correct.
Okay, and then the second one was going to be around neighborhood renewal, so same thing there. Okay, and then I guess, I think I heard right, but so 3,000 a year is what we're losing currently? Is that right? 3,000 trees a year?
That's correct.
Wow. Okay, so then how would this profile influence our ability to retain our tree canopy?
So a funding cut of 25% would mean that we're not replacing as many trees as we're losing, and so from that perspective, we would be reducing our tree canopy.
Okay, and what are our goals for growth of our tree canopy?
I'm going off the top of my head here, but I believe it was 2 million was our target. Just the time frame's escaping me.
Okay, that's fine.
Yep.
Thank you, that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering about those, the grates on the sidewalks and that can also cause accessibility issues for people as well and safety issues for people traveling down those sidewalks if they're not properly in
that
place?
would be accurate. Yeah.
Okay, and then the mulch and the cedar chips and all that helps to reduce the weeds or keeps them from growing, right? So would that then in the end also save us some costs on hand pulling or other means to control those weeds? Or we just don't bother about the weeds?
In many of those areas, we have additional work that we carry out when the tree grates are damaged. So we do some additional cleaning and maintenance around the tree grates. But a lot of it is, trying to repair what's out there as opposed to replacing.
Okay, but I'm just wondering about the mulch and that and cedar chips.
There is some mulch at some of them, but the majority where we do have tree grates, they don't really have mulch. Those would be different applications where there's no grate, but there's mulch around the base.
Okay, and that reduces weeds from growing, okay. And then how are we losing the trees? Like, is it to disease like pine beetle and Dutch elm, or is it just they only grow for so long and they reach the end of their life?
Councillor, I think you've kind of talked about all the different potentials. There are end-of-life trees do have a certain life expectancy depending on the type of tree, but there are diseases. We do have a lot of monitoring that goes on in terms of what types of insects are causing problems, as well as we do have trees that get damaged from It can be a vehicle collision, it can be other things. So we try, and in those situations, we'll try and recover the costs. But there are certainly many different forms of damage to trees that we have to account for.
Okay, certainly if it's a hit and run, you can't go back on someone's insurance when you don't know who they are, right?
If the the person that struck the tree leaves the scene, yeah, it's tough.
Okay, all right. I think that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, just based on the amendment in front of us, it's looking like, we're removing pay-as-you-go in 2023, the total amount. So I know you mentioned kind of 25% of the total 25 million, but what does that impact do of losing that total amount of funding in 2023 and then getting it back again in 2024? Is there an impact that way? Do you get what I'm asking?
I think it's an impact that we could manage, but it would certainly mean that there would be no tree replacement in 2023, and so we would have a backlog forming.
And how much does the average tree cost? Did you ask that question? No.
About $3,500.
$3,500. Okay. And so I'm not going to pull out my calculator to do the math right now. And then we have I remember asking a question about the tree reserve, right? My understanding was the tree reserve was meant to cover stuff like that's in this composite. If not this composite, what is it for?
So, Councillor, the tree reserve does cover parts of it, but not to the extent that we're talking about with this profile.
Okay, well, what other profile? Because I'm seeing the funding sources. It doesn't list the tree reserve.
So, if I wasn't clear, I guess, so the tree reserve does fund other tree replacements, but this is a specific program for tree replacement as well as the other elements that aren't covered off within the tree reserve. The tree reserve covers a lot of different elements in terms of tree replacement, but also things like watering when we do replacement of trees. It has some elements of maintenance as well, so it covers a bunch of different specific items, but we could get that information to you if you'd like.
Well, I guess I'm just trying to understand, what is this program then? Like, what specifically will this money that's proposed for 2023, like, what is it? Downtown? Is it neighborhood? Like, what is this specific program, and what does this cover?
So the renewal program is citywide, and it's really to, like all of our renewal programs, ensure that our assets are renewed. And so trees are an asset. And so between the renewal program and the tree reserve, it allows us to replace the trees and then look at growth elements.
So if I'm understanding correctly, you have this composite profile, and then you also may or may not tap into the tree reserve. It's kind of like a flexibility, like an FSR fund for trees over the 4 years? Is that?
Yeah, maybe I'll try and add clarity too.
Sorry, I'm just really trying to
The tree
understand.
reserve's a little bit different in that if we're doing projects and we need to remove trees for any reason, part of what we do is we put that into the reserve and ensure that trees are put back in that same area of the city. So it's a little bit different context, but it's the same goal. It's replacement of trees where they may be taken out. This broader composite across the city has for any reason, whether there's disease or end of life or more broader goals around tree replacement, if that helps.
So where do you put the trees if we've taken out trees and then built a road?
You replace them in different areas within the same,
The same,
obviously.
like quadrant kind of
Yes.
thing?
Yeah, or neighborhood context, that type of thing.
Oh, okay, thank you. That helps right now.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rice, you haven't had a first round. Okay, sorry about that. Go ahead, Councillor Rice.
I do have a few questions. So the first one, I would like to go back that's the nature of this project. So the project is not standalone, or this profile is not standalone, is a composite. And then it's indicated 67 renewal and 33 growth. So to me, this, and also it's indicated is a new request for the budget. So is that right?
So it is a composite.
Yeah.
It is 33% growth, 67% renewal.
Yeah.
The composite existed previously in the 2019-2022. It is an ongoing renewal program, and the new ask for 2023 to 2026 is $25 million.
Okay, so is a new request an increase compared to the last budget cycle is $25 million. Okay. So, and then for the funding model, I would like to go to the funding model, get some clarification. The funding model indicated very clear, and then actually the majority of the funding and from local government's physical framework. And pay as you go, and is just 7.85 out of $25 million.
That's correct.
So right now, the reduced amount is $6.25 million, and then because we want to leave a little bit funding and in the place and to cover some other costs or to get different funding source and from different government.
So I think that the amount that's being left there is likely what's being left there to cover ineligible costs.
And from different grants and from different government. So including federal government as well.
No, this profile is funded with local government fiscal framework and pay-as-you-go.
Okay.
It is funded with pay-as-you-go in year one because there is local government fiscal framework does not kick in until year 2 of this profile.
And also I heard this profile specifically to cover the replacement citywide for the trees. And then in other 2 or 3 programs, and we already funded through this budget, and then has the same description and the same purpose to cover the tree and planting tree. So can you tell me what's the significant difference between this one and other ones?
I think we answered that, but I'll maybe go back to Mr. Walbom to just clarify what the different profiles are for.
Yeah, I would say when you're looking at this for this renewal program as an example, we often find that in our boulevard areas where there's the constrained spacer area where we have the grates and all of those dynamics, we have a certain amount of trees that die each year in those areas that we try to sustain and replace and look at. In some of the other profiles, we're looking at our parkland and our green spaces where we're doing renewal in open space, but different areas of the city. So these complement each other, these profiles. They're not repetitive or duplicate, I would say.
So then what specific areas to replace tree grates?
It would be on sidewalks and boulevards across the city.
And then including downtown as well, right?
Absolutely.
And then downtown, we already have proved the funding for the planting trees and for sidewalk and also for the walkable and how they sit, and then how those could be the different and from including a larger program is called, I hope I have profile here, open space tree. So the point is, do we 100% sure we don't have overlap?
Yes.
Okay. Then that's my question.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So do we spend any money on prevention of trees dying?
Gord?
Yes, Councillor, we have a number of different programs. I mentioned earlier about some of the monitoring programs we have to try and control disease from different things, as well as we do have educational programs. We have a Root for Trees program, and those are mainly about educating people, but also encouraging to participate. We do have regular watering programs for new trees when they are replaced, so that is underway. And again, a lot of it is trying to look at, where we can minimize impacts from maintenance, for example. So where we put snow, we will try and consider, what's adjacent to the road as well. So there's a number of different things we try and do, but I think the biggest one is really about managing the disease that the trees are subject to, in particular things like Dutch elm and those types of diseases.
And how's that progress been going with disease?
We're not as damaged as some other cities for sure, but we are seeing those diseases come into the city, and we're certainly trying to stay on top of that.
Okay, thank you. My other questions were answered. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Yeah. So, did I hear correctly, it costs $3,500 per tree?
Apologies, so it's closer to it's between $1,000 and $2,000, and then $3,500 would include other elements, and so the average is much closer to $1,000 to $2,000.
So what would that consist of? Is that life cycle cost of the tree, or just what does it consist of?
I'll try and get in here too. So the size of your tree depends on what you plant, how much it costs, obviously. That 1,000 to 2,000 is an established enough tree that we think there's going to be success of it being able to grow there. And then there's some extra costs for extra watering to establish the tree and get it going. So those costs
this
will
is
vary.
just the planting and getting it to a level where it's rooted and
Yeah, extra watering, ensuring that it's healthy. Yes.
That's $3,500.
Total cost for all of that. On average, of course, right?
Wow. Okay. I learning a lot of new information today. I'm just 2 weeks, this is done all by contractors, or who does the work?
I would say it's a combination of our in-house, our staff in Gord's area, as well as contractors, depending on the scope of projects or the way that we do this. So it's a combination of both.
Developers plant trees, right?
They do.
And do we do comparative analysis? How much does it cost them to plant trees and to the stage that they're mature enough to grow on their own?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of any analysis we've done in the past for the cost of a tree in a new neighborhood versus the cost of a city-planted new tree.
Okay. Maybe I'll think maybe this could be a good subsequent information to gather about doing that comparative analysis, right?
We're using the same contractors, Mr. Mayor, when we do external, so.
Yeah. But are they same contractor charging us the same price as developers? That I don't know.
And I'm not sure how willing developers would be to share what they're paying. But certainly, if there's a request or a subsequent to dive into getting into specifics related to cost of trees, we can do that.
Okay. Thank you. And I will take the chair back.
Chair is yours.
And I'll go to Councillor Wright. Councillor Wright, you're next, actually.
Thank you very much. Okay, so you said 3,000 trees a year get replaced. That's on the boulevards and, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so I'm looking at the, in the recommended greener as we grow profile, for $66 million, and in there it says that it's to fund the 3,000 replacement park and boulevard trees planted annually. So is there overlap?
Yes, as I mentioned, the renewal for the trees, the RIMS ideal is $181 million was the recommended. We funded it only to $25 million because of the opportunities of getting some grant fundings for trees.
Okay. But I'm still, like, the one profile says it's for 3,000 trees, and then the one that we're debating here now says it's for 3,000. So, I mean, that's great that we've got the grant funding. I love that. So then why are we needing to do the pay-as-you-go for 2023 for another 3,000 trees?
So we're looking overall to expand the tree canopy, and so 3,000 trees is the bare minimum to maintain our tree canopy.
That's
and so
coming
the combination
from
of
the $66 million profile, right?
from the $25 million profile.
But it's also covered off in the $66 million profile.
Can you provide a reference to that so that we can?
CM 35 1000, the Greener as We Grow tree planting program, and it looks like it's being held in abeyance. Page 425.
So, Councillor, I think that is okay, so I think 1,000 is the 2 million trees goal alongside some funding that we're getting from the federal government. So it's it's under that program. I think the profile at play here is the 3,000 trees that are replaced on an annual basis.
Well, but
Yes, and I would add that the 66 million profile is for growth, new trees, not replacement of trees. So again, it's a separate complementary program where we do have those partnership funding opportunities eligible, whereas the renewal of existing trees is not eligible for that. So these are growth versus renewal in a pure sense, no gray area between the two.
okay, because I'm just reading 3,000 replacement park and boulevard. To me, that's renewal, not growth.
Councillor, the profile does mention that the combined initiatives and funding sources will provide for this, and so one of the funding sources and one of the initiative is the renewal program under CM 350000.
To meet the broader 2 million tree goal.
I mean, I'm all for trees. I just, and at $3,500 a tree and with associated costs, it's just seems astronomical. And I'm just wondering if we can reduce our overall costs by not using contractors, if we just handle it in-house with our own people.
I'm not, Gord can speak to this, but I'm not sure we have the resources to meet both the growth component of this, which is being held in abeyance, and the renewal component.
Okay, so in the $66 million one, it says that most of the planting in that is done by the volunteers with Root for Trees.
Councillor, I think that's this just one component of the overall program. The Roots for Trees program is really planting trees in some of the naturalized areas as well as existing parks, but very small trees. We're not talking about the types of trees that are $3,500 trees. We're talking about smaller seedlings that, you know, that's exactly it, the smaller things that you'd get at a nursery.
Or dig up in my backyard from all the elm seeds. Okay. Yeah, I'm still thinking that I'm wanting to support Councillor Rice's motion. It just does seem like a lot right now that we're spending. We do need to free up some of the pay-as-you-go, but I'll think. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice.
Thank you. I do have follow-up 2 questions. So you mentioned the contractor, and this $25 million does not include the contractor's expenses, right? It's only and for the trees and also replacement and of tree grades.
So this would be the budget to complete the work within the profile, whether it's contracted or internal?
So is a combination already included the expenditures for the contract as well? So
This is the budget to complete the work, and the budget to the tune that Pascal identified in terms of the percentage of the RIMS allocation is to complete the work either internally or externally and would capture the costs associated with that.
So my real question is already included the labor work and manpower work and in this budget.
So to
25
the
million.
extent that this profile requires contractors to deliver, that is all, the amount here is all encompassing. It is the amount to deliver the
Okay.
replacement of trees, regardless of how they're delivered, some by contract and others may be internal.
Okay, so another question is if another profile already identified and for this 3,000 trees replacements and under renewal, and then what is growth, 33% of growth in this profile for $25 million?
Apologies, Councillor, you're looking for an amount or work that would be done under growth?
I would like to understand what's its 33% growth indicated in this profile and what covers.
So, in this case, it's more a question of how we created our renewal programs. And so the 33% in this case would really be, it's really a renewal program. Like we renew the trees as they are needed. And so in reality, there's very limited growth in this profile.
But it's indicated very clear, and how we get that.
This is similar to some of our other renewal projects where we identify that the renewal program, by the core definition of renewal, would be the amount in the profile of 67%, and the growth component would be considered either the new components of that, but it's still generally replacing a tree or the supporting infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. I yield my time. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the questions on this amendment. I don't see no one else to ask questions, so we'll go to speaking. Who would like to speak, please sign up. Okay. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I'll just be really brief. I think my questions were answered by administration. You know, this profile clearly replaces lost or damaged trees. And I think that I don't want my inbox blowing up with people that want trees, and then I'll have to be able to turn around and say, oh, sorry, you can't get one. If there is damage, whereas the greener as we grow is meeting that goal of expanding our tree canopy. So I see them as very different. I don't see the overlap there. And so I think that for me, I've always stood by, you know, when we're in this climate crisis that we talk about, it's sometimes these little things that, in addition to the big things, really make a collective impact. And so I want to see as many trees as possible, healthy trees in our city, and so I cannot support this amendment on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice to close. Go ahead, please.
I will be brief as well. So I love trees. I love green spaces. I think Edmonton needs to plant trees for future generation. Absolutely, no doubt for that. But my struggling here is how we do it. And then based on the timeline and based on the financial situation, and also based on the additional different program, and then I can say right now we don't have clearly a vision to say there is no overlap based on information and provided in the budget. Also, I would like to say, and then this budget we're talking about priority-based budgets. We talk about prioritizing. So then what is the request our Edmontonians specific asking our city to put more money on? What's the request our Edmontonians to ask to put less money on? And then by looking at and how we balance our challenge financial situation, and I think this tree planting and with other program with like Green as We Grow and with River Valley System Development, with downtown and tree planting and walking ball project, and then we actually we can achieve the outcome. And for certain trees we want to be seen and in our city, and then at this moment there is no urgency and to funding the project like this and to spend our tax dollars as a pay-as-you-go. So I encourage my colleagues to support this reduction and then to get some saving and for other and then priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Please vote.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is defeated. Is that it for reductions, right? Okay. Maybe we could take a break here, or you would suggest, Madam Clerk, that we take a break now?
That is a
Or-
fantastic idea.
And we are scheduled to come back at 6 p.m., right? Okay. So we will take a break now and we'll be back at 6 p.m. Until then, we are on recess.
Good evening. We are now live from council chambers.
Okay, I would like to call this meeting back to order. And I will do a roll call of council members. Councillor Wright,
Good evening.
Councillor Knack,
Good evening.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good evening.
Councillor Paquette,
Hello.
Councillor Tang,
Good evening.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good evening.
Councillor Rutherford,
Good evening.
Councillor Salvador,
Good evening.
Councillor Cardinal,
Good evening.
Councillor Rice,
Good evening.
and Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Okay, I'll go to city administration for an update. How are we doing?
So we're just gonna throw up a couple of slides that'll just walk you through where you are at this point in time after the reductions.
Okay, so as Stacy said, we're just going to quickly walk you through some of the impacts on the funding balances and then the estimated impact on the tax increase. Just qualifier, it's preliminary, so it's just to kind of give you a magnitude. Okay, so next slide. In terms of funding sources available, so for as of today, after all the amendments have been passed, pay-as-you-go shortfall is $17.6 million. In terms of borrowing room available, so the estimate at the beginning of budget deliberations was that there was $200 million available during these deliberations, assuming that the funding for the transit garage is permitted to exceed the 18% limit as restricted borrowing, as constrained borrowing. To date, with everything approved, 163.3 million of that has been used. And the remaining borrowing room during these budget deliberations is $36.7 million. So I just want to be really careful how I speak to this, because this is $36.7 million that's available during these deliberations. Once this budget is passed, and after you consider the transit garage, the tax-supported debt will be above the 18% limit into the restricted category. So no further tax-supported debt would be permitted unless it was in that constrained category for reasons of matching. And then the early estimate we provided was around 2029 or 2034 if you consider matching before any of that tax-supported borrowing room would open up back again for the unconstrained purpose. Next slide. So this is just summarizing, based on our initial estimates, the impact of the tax levy. So I'll go over these real quick line by line. So as I mentioned on the previous slide, the pay-as-you-go funding shortfall to date is $17.5 million. We're assuming here that will be offset by an increase to the tax levy to fill that shortfall, to fill that gap. And we're just assuming a smooth tax increase with $1.8 million every single year over the 4-year period, with it falling off in 2027. Incremental debt servicing impacts of the $163.3 million on the previous slide that you've approved. These are the debt servicing impacts. And incremental operating impacts of the capital projects that have been approved through the amendments so far. These are the revised operating impacts of capital. Again, very preliminary, so these might change a bit over the next couple of days as we refine these estimates. If you add that all up, the estimated tax levy increase required over the 4 years as a result of these amendments is about 1.03%, with 0.63% coming off in 2027 and beyond as the debt servicing falls off and as the pay-as-you-go impact falls off. So the total over the whole period is 0.40%, but in 23 to 26, that's a total of 1.03% increase to the tax levy. I think that's it.
Okay, and just quickly, that is to close that pay-as-you-go gap, right?
Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay. Good. All right, any questions, colleagues? Quickly? Yeah. Councillor Paquette?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the quick presentation. A quick question. So I am assuming that those numbers do not contemplate potential federal, provincial programs that have not yet been announced because there's no way to bake that in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and maybe to Adam, we have seen sometimes, like often actually, after a 4-year budget has been approved, that later on we see more federal programming or provincial programming that was not yet anticipated.
That's correct, and some of these profiles actually presume a contribution from the federal,
Okay.
well, from other orders of government or other sources.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Okay, now I go to Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, I would like to start off the additions increases after that great presentation. Thanks. With C19, that capital profile, CM17-3017, natural area acquisition, page 328 of Appendix A, be increased by $10 million, 2.5 million in 2023, 2.5 million in 2024, 2.5 million in 2025, and 2.5 million in 2026 to support the acquisition of natural areas with funding from pay-as-you-go. And
So
I do
this,
have a friendly amendment to that.
okay, can you tell us what you're?
It's changing by to 2, so increase to 10 million, not by 10 million.
Okay, got it. Okay, that's the second
Just
part.
clarify that.
Got it. Okay, that's friendly. This was seconded by Councillor Principe, and I'll come to you, Councillor Rutherford, to make the introduction, please.
Yes, I know in the times we're in that this is hard to debate any kind of increases, but I've heard so many times that we are in a climate emergency, and I think that we really need to make sure that we're also creating a city that's equitable. What I find interesting about this reserve is it's for land that would be outside of other reserve pools we have, and we have such areas that are growing. So I have more to say in my closing. I just, at the end of the day, we don't have any, this had funding in the last budget cycle. It doesn't have funding if we don't fund it in this budget cycle, and I think it's important to have a fund for these opportunities and making sure we're preserving green space across our cities and especially in developing areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Jans, questions, please?
Yeah, to the mover, is there any opportunity to unlock matching, or through you to the administration, is there any opportunity to unlock matching funding or funding from other levels of government here, or is there some other way to do this that could be complementary?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that I'm aware of, Councillor Jans. This is really for opportunity purchases as they come forward to administration.
Can administration share why this was not funded?
It actually is to the tune of 6.5 million. This is increasing it to 10 million, so it's adding to the 6.5 million based on how it was restated.
Okay, so it's additive to an already baseline that admin has arrived at. Could the mover clarify the importance of getting up to 10 then?
Sorry, I believe that that was what was funded in the last budget cycle, and we saw the use of all of that funding for really important purchases. So I was just making it comparable with what we've had in the past for this reserve fund.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more, Councillor Tang?
Okay, so just so I'm crystal clear, so if the amendment was to be increased to 10 million, then this profile, we're talking about 3.5. Okay, and then 3.5, sorry, my bad. Okay. And I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter how it's spread out through the 4 years, but I'm assuming it will be not all done in 1 year. It'll just help.
It'll really depend on the opportunities that come forward to us. There is a funding profile per year here, but we would work that through as the opportunities are presented.
Great. And then for the last budget cycle on some of the lands that we were able to preserve, can you just give like one example, so to give Edmontonians a sense of like what are we talking about here?
I'd have to see if there's somebody from the team to give a specific example of an opportunity purchase that we made. And Kent, are you there and able to answer that question?
Yeah, I'm here. I don't, Councillor, have a recollection of a specific example, but these would be for lands that the city would want to acquire, where our other tools like environmental reserve or municipal reserve didn't cover off some of the sensitive areas, like perhaps it's a wetland or some tree stands that had some sensitivity and that we wanted to acquire both for a biodiversity purpose, but also for the natural solutions in terms of carbon capture and climate resilience as well.
There is somebody else online who has a few examples. Go ahead, Suzanne.
Good afternoon, Council, or good evening. We have purchased a number of properties there. Usually, as Kent mentioned, they're wetlands or tree stands. We purchased some in the southeast, in the rural southeast, in order to make up some of the wetlands that are in that area, and also in the northeast recently, again, another tree stand that supports biodiversity. So it's really strategic that we typically can't acquire through municipal reserve or environmental reserve.
Very helpful. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
I'm just looking at the profile report here. So there's nothing specific that you're looking at right now, or yes, no? Like, I'm just wondering why you feel the need to have it increased.
We brought a report forward to committee that outlined how this program is used. And as a result of that report that was brought forward, we were motioned to bring an unfunded service package forward for the full amount of the of anticipated acquisition through this capital budget profile. I'm not sure that we can share in public where we're looking to acquire right now, because it might change the price if someone knows where we're looking to acquire right now, but there are properties for sure that we're looking to bring into the city's inventory.
And these are funds that you need to have sort of on hand to make that purchase when it happens. It's nothing that could come to a supplemental.
That's correct, Councillor Wright.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, just a question about one of the other profiles. I think it's called nature-based climate solutions. Just trying to gain an understanding when we're talking about ecosystem restoration, conservation, protection of biodiversity. When I look at both of these alongside one another, I would love to hear administration's thoughts around, we know our ultimate goal. Which one of those is going to get us there? Both of them, obviously, but maybe a bit of a comparison between what we'd get with each of those?
I would say both of them, and I know Suzanne Young's on the line. I would like to add some more context to this.
Good afternoon, Councillor. So the natural area acquisition is really existing natural areas that we are retaining through the development process or prior to the development process moving forward. The nature-based solutions in most of our cases, or all of our cases, is really restoring natural habitat. And so the ones we're looking at is naturalizing Dawson and Alescu, daylighting Rat Creek, as well as Grove Creek. And so those are bringing that natural areas back into our city versus protecting what is existing.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sorhi. To administration, the first question, what's the inventory of the nature area lines we have right now and then already bought but not developed at all?
When we bring a natural area into our inventory, Councillor Rice, we wouldn't develop it. I'm sure we could get you a list of all of the things, all of the areas that we have acquired in the past. I'm not sure if that's readily available. Kent or Suzanne, are you able to help with that? If the list is somewhere that we could point the councillor to?
Councillor, I don't believe we've got the list. It may be available, but I'm not sure it's immediately accessible. But the way it would show up is that it would get rezoned for protection, and then as well, the legal designation would likely be environmental reserve. So the intent is that it isn't disrupted or developed. It's retained in its natural state.
So for this inventory, and then is there any evidence to show the inventory right now actually is not meeting the needs and for our Edmontonians? Or do we receive any additional requests? We need more naturalization aligned.
Councillor Rice, I mean, this is in the context of all of the things that you're debating right now, but we do receive requests to continue to preserve our natural areas within our city. And this is the mechanism at which we do that.
So this is a 100% growth, right?
Yes, it's growth of the city's natural areas.
Okay, thank you. That's my question. I yield my time.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the questions on this amendment. And anyone to speak? Seeing none, I'll go to Councillor Rutherford to close.
Thank you. So, before I close, I just want to remind everybody that this reserve is to fund land purchases of natural areas not included in other environmental reserves or municipal reserve dedication in new neighborhoods. And as was mentioned by administration, that includes tree stands, wetlands, and other areas of importance. And I think what else came up to light today is that when it comes to land, once it's gone, it's really hard to get back, and it will cost an infinite amount more to reclaim it once it's gone. So this is an opportunity to preserve what we have before it's gone. It's noted by administration in their own capital profile that the risk of not funding this is that without funding, natural areas have a high potential to be lost to development. And they note that the potential benefits of funding this particular profile include addition of green space, carbon capture, water retention, shading, green space connectivity, etc. I also think it's really important to put an equity lens on this profile, and in regards to equitable open space provision, the City of Edmonton open space policy states that the provision of open space, including both acquisition of new areas and enhancement and responsive management of existing areas, that they will consider and seek to balance distribution and access, quality, diversity, and supply. We need to keep that supply across our entire city. And Breathe also highlights the same importance of this equitable distribution. But what it also highlights is that 57% of potential future populations will not have a park within walking distance of their residence. That developing neighborhoods are the principal sites of Edmonton's current growth and development and are on the periphery of the city. So these areas, when they're extensively built out, will not have that same park distribution as other areas may have, such as the River Valley area. I have been a big champion for, let's preserve what we have. Let's maintain it. This is a small investment. As we mentioned, my friendly amendment amended this to be literally 3.5 million for something that's so important in the protection of and the equitable distribution of what was argued on many of the things that we were talking about in reductions. The ability to recreate, the ability to be, the ability to connect with nature. So I really would encourage my colleagues to consider supporting this amendment on the floor, and that's it. Thank you.
Please vote.
It logged me out. I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Jans.
Can I add a negative addition to Horlock Park? I'm just kidding, I have none. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just pull this up. Should have had it right in hand.
Spending like a drunken sailor.
There are so many pages. It's taking just a moment. Number 38. Perfect, thank you. Okay. So my amendment is that, and it's upside down. There we go. That new capital profile, oh, sorry,
Which number is it?
C38.
C38.
Yeah, that new capital profile 23-40-9030, Baldwin Belvedere revitalization be approved for $6.6 million, which is $700,000 in 2023, $4,900 in 2024, and $1 million in 2025 of tax-supported debt to fund the open spaces project already at checkpoint 3, and $15.4 million, and that is $4 million in 2024, $6.7 million in 2025, and $4.7 million in 2026 of tax-supported debt to be held in abeyance until the corresponding transportation projects reach checkpoint 3.
Okay, so this was exempted by, second by Councillor Principe.
Yeah.
Okay, can you please make the introduction, Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, sure. So this is an older capital profile that has extended over time. When we did reimagine and a lot of the reductions during the worst of the pandemic, this is one of the projects that sort of fell off the table. And the promise to the community at the time was that this revitalization would go forward, and it's much needed. If you've been in the area, you already know. I don't have to convince you. And one of the aspects of this community, which is really special, is that they have a disproportionate percentage of affordable and supportive housing that the community has taken on over the years. And so in addition to all of their challenges, they've also shown a great heart. So this Baldwin Belvedere is across wards. And the idea here is that we just bring back this thing that fell off the table in the worst of times in order to move this forward, because there are a number of other projects moving in that area. And if this isn't included, there's going to be some huge gaps. It's going to come back again and again until it is finally funded, and at that point it's actually going to be a lot more money. And so we just sort of have to insert this in to ensure that this area gets what it needs. And definitely it's been an area that has been a little bit ignored over time, except for this, as you might be aware, this massive strode right down the Fort Road that has caused a number of economic issues, and this also serves to help address some of the community enhancements that will address that problem as well. So, thank you.
Thank you. Please, thank you, Councillor Paquette. Questions, please? Colleagues, questions? Councillor Wright?
Yeah, so I'm just looking, is it on the open spaces profile? Councillor Paquette?
Yes.
Oh, it is? Okay, I wasn't able to find it. Okay. And so you've indicated the corresponding transportation projects reaching checkpoint 3. Do we know what point that'll happen?
Probably better ask administration on that one.
Yeah, we're looking at, so the open space projects, a lot of community parks are already at checkpoint 3, and the transportation ones we expect to have during the year of 2023 to be completed to checkpoint 3.
Okay. Okay, I can't find it on here, but I'll continue looking. Thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Wright, this was part of attachment 2 in the request to bring back information related to unfunded profiles.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you. So maybe just trying, just in terms of how we approach park upgrades, in terms of the prioritization across the city, just wondering, so my understanding is these were not recommended for funding, so just wondering if administration has some context around that recommendation?
I can provide some context on that. Yeah, so last budget cycle, as Councillor Paquette was mentioning, there was a focus on areas of the city that we felt needed extra help through revitalization. Inglewood was one of those communities that, with connection with other work, we developed and delivered adjacent projects around the neighborhood work and other things. Baldwin Belvedere was committed to do planning and design in 19 to 22 to be ready for delivery in the next budget cycle. So those were past commitments made, and that's why this is here this way.
Okay, so the design had already been funded. It had never been fully funded for delivery?
Correct.
Okay. And so, just in terms of how these park upgrades, like there are other park upgrades that will occur as part of this budget cycle that were funded? Not necessarily in this area, but across the city?
There are limited park upgrades on the growth side, but there are a number that are in need through the renewal side that we'll be proceeding on.
Great. And sorry, and does this count as renewal or
no? This would be growth and leveraging if there is renewal elements, but it could be a combination of both.
Okay.
I guess I should say for full disclosure.
Predominance of open space improvements are renewal. This goes back to on the basis of assessing neighborhoods that capital investment would help improve some of the challenges within neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
This was identified in that revitalization bundle. What the preference, or sorry, not the preference, but ideally you link this with neighborhood renewal.
Mm-hmm.
But this is one of those areas where unfortunately neighborhood renewal isn't timed in a close time frame, and so I think this is viewed as a way to help with the revitalization, not throwaway, in anticipation of renewal and start to address some of the challenges that the neighborhood has experienced.
Okay, and the implication, so I know that the motion is tied to the transportation projects. The transportation projects are not the renewal, like neighborhood renewal, sorry?
Missing links, missing curb ramps, shared use paths. So it's infrastructure that can be not accommodated, but it's a supplement to what would come with neighborhood renewal.
And what is the reason for tying those two together? Are those shared use paths going through the parks? And are there cost-saving opportunities there?
I think it's generally an effort to improve mobility, both safety and from providing the core infrastructure. Lighting is also identified in here. So I think it's seen as a need, but on the basis of neighborhood renewal, some time out.
Okay, and then,
Which is certainly different from the park improvements, which are sort of a different asset improvement than the transportation.
yes, yeah. And then maybe to the mover, just to better understand. So when the transportation projects reach checkpoint 3, so there's not currently funding to take the transportation projects beyond checkpoint 3?
That's my understanding. Yep.
So why would we release the funds for the open space once the transportation is at checkpoint 3? If there's not going to be, I guess I was thinking sort of there would be synchronized delivery.
You know what, this is based on advice from administration, so it might be better to, it sounds like an engineering kind of question.
Well, as an engineer, I think the park work has progressed to the point where we're clear scope, schedule, and budget in terms of what improvements can be made. And in terms of the scopes for the transportation components, there's still work to be done. However, advancing the park components, we don't see an opportunity for bundling the same way we would with other projects, just because of the type of infrastructure improvements that are being identified.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes. So if this has gone, the revitalization has gone to checkpoint 3, is that correct? But it's hasn't been funded beyond checkpoint 3.
The funding from 19 to 22 is up to checkpoint 3
Yeah,
only.
so
yes.
that, if I remember correctly, because I lived in Inglewood at the time that it was having this. So does this mean that there's, I think, can you speak to when you do revitalization, how it's a lot of community-led work, and what level of community collaborative work has happened in the development of the planned checkpoint 3?
Yeah, I would say if that's to administration, I would say that there has been engagement with the community. That's how we've prioritized the projects
Did you
that are here.
create like a group, like I know with Inglewood, there was like a citizens group that helped develop the plan?
It would have been community services, the neighborhoods team would have led that work, but
Yeah.
in talking to them, they did a very similar thing here where they went out to find out priorities similar to Inglewood, yes. If that answers the question.
Yeah, no, it does, because I just think it's important for other councillors to understand that when Revite is meant to be more community co-created. And so I think that, like, we talk a lot about promises, but I do think that when it comes to revitalization, you know, I think there's a different level of, wouldn't you say there's a different level of expectation than some other forms of engagement because you're higher on the spectrum?
I would say that there's an expectation, if you were asking administration, of the communities that.
Maybe I'll ask to the mover. If you're aware of, you know, the citizens' involvement in getting to phase 3 that you wanted to talk about.
There's been years of extensive citizen involvement in this process, yeah.
Thank you. And so where is Inglewood now? Because I think they just got a postcard recently. I thought isn't Revite wrapped up for them, or no?
It is, yes.
Was there any surplus budget that could roll over into this project?
We're just finalizing to see what is left in the budgets. Right now, we don't have anything released, but what council chooses to do with those dollars, they would be released to the corporation.
But are we coming out in the red? Are we in the black? Like, what are we thinking, just in general?
We're thinking there may be some left over. We just don't know how much to be able to release it at this point.
So could I amend your motion to say with funding from any overage from the Inglewood revitalization? Do you see what I'm saying, Councillor Paquette?
We could, it just feels incomplete to me because we don't know the dollar figure yet.
I know, but that's why I was just saying, like, because right now it says tax-supported debt, and maybe we say a combination of tax-supported debt and any surplus remaining from Inglewood revitalization.
Yeah, if the clerks have no problem with that, and administration has no problem with that, I am open to it.
Just so it's clear like that one goes from one Revite project to another Revite project.
Yeah, the logic is sound.
Yeah.
I think maybe a way we could do that is through supplementary budget adjustments.
Sure, so don't mention it now, but that's something for maybe other council colleagues to consider in the decision-making. Not knowing the scope and scale of the amount, but that likely there is some funding from another Revite project that could help with this one. Okay, thank you.
Understanding that potential, we'll keep that in mind when we're bringing back supplementary capital budget adjustments.
Perfect, thank you, appreciate it. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, the councillor who brought this forward. Thank you very much. I do have a question about the design. Is the design set, or can there still be changes to the design?
Well, the transportation elements are not at checkpoint 3 yet, so we're just finalizing and going through those design elements right now, and the park amenities are at that checkpoint 3 where we finish the scoping of them and have the design completed.
Okay, I ask because although the revitalization would be within my ward and Councillor Paquette's ward, it also affects someone from Councillor Salvador's ward. So there's a lot of different things going on here. So I'm not sure if the issue with something in Councillor Salvador's ward, if that would be impacted by the transportation. I'm not sure if you're aware of the one I'm speaking of.
Is that to admin? Sorry, I'm just
To
trying
admin, yes.
Where I'm not aware specifically of what you're referring to.
Okay, so how about leaving parking lots of a business, being able to turn left at this like now, but with the change, with the design that we currently have, people will not be able to turn left out of the business?
Don't know that we can speak to that specific at this moment in time. Certainly something we can take offline.
But it's something, yeah, okay, so that is something like it's not set in stone, this design. If
Again,
this passes,
remembering,
something.
yeah, I would just caution remembering that we're doing this with community for community on community priority as well. But in general, we could certainly talk offline to see what you're specifically speaking of.
Okay, yeah, that's great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So 2 questions to administration. And the first question about the expenditures at this to date for this project. So how much this project already spent to the date? So.
I'm just working on that.
Okay, can I go to my next question? So my next question specifically talk about, so they request $15.4 million to be held in abeyance. So does this still impact the tax increase and even we're held in abeyance?
So it impacts your debt room?
Yeah.
And it will we will cash flow out the debt servicing associated with this to the appropriate year. I guess the only thing I would add is we only ever borrow when we're actually making the expenditures.
1.5 million spent to date.
So we already spent 1.5 million.
That was what was allocated out of the 19 to 22.
So the funding source is from reserve, like. What's the funding source?
Yeah, I don't recall the funding source, but it would have been approved as part of the 19 to 22. And it would have been the funding to get both the open space and the transportation components to checkpoint 3.
I believe it was PAYGO last cycle.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So the first part, $6.6 million of tax supported debt to fund open space project already at checkpoint 3. So you have done, you're at checkpoint 3. So now next is actually doing the work.
Correct.
And that is the part where community was engaged deeply, and there's expectation that that work be completed, right? And the second part is once you once transportation project get to checkpoint 3, then that if this passes, is released to do additional work.
Correct. But both, and Craig can correct here, but both the open space components and the transportation components are, have gone through community engagement.
Yeah, okay, got it. But we don't know the timelines on transportation projects reaching checkpoint 3, do we?
Yeah, we should have those complete in 2023, and we'll be able to proceed. As soon as we're ready to go, we could bring that forward to council for that.
Okay. I would like this to be divided into 2 parts, right? So, and maybe I'll speak when I speak on this, right? But I think it'll be good to just, the first part will be doing the work beyond checkpoint 3, and second part that holding in abeyance the debt part. Is that doable to a clerk?
Is that just for voting purposes?
Yeah, voting purposes, yeah.
I believe we can manage that, yeah.
Okay. And that's it. That's all the questions I have.
I'll return the chair, and I'm trying to get on the list to ask a question.
Okay. My time is still up. I still have time. I was done, but I still have time, but I do have one question.
My apologies.
Never mind. So if we do divide into 2, right, would it be that we bring something back as part of fall SOBA update? By that time, you would know the status of checkpoint 3 on the second part, and then at that time, council could consider it?
So if you split it up, I guess if you approve one but not the other.
Yeah, approve one, which is do the construction on projects that are already reached checkpoint 3, but then bring back during fall SOBA for the rest once you are more certain on completing checkpoint 3.
So I think that's the way we've structured this, is that we would advance the open space work. If this was approved as is, we would advance the open space work. But then we would be coming back for the transportation component once we got further along in the design.
Yeah.
If part 1 passes, part 2 doesn't pass, then it would continue to sit as an unfunded.
No, what I'm trying to understand, Adam, that you, instead of holding money in abeyance, you will have more information by fall SOBA on checkpoint 3 on the transportation projects. At that time, council could consider funding the second part of the revitalization.
Yeah, that was my comment, that it would come back as unfunded rather than, in this case.
Yeah, will come as, I've absolutely good, would come as unfunded.
So that would be the scenario. If this was split and part 1, which is the open space, was passed, we'd proceed. If part 2 did not pass, and actually I should see if the clerks has any perspective on this in terms of when an amendment is defeated, is there a time limitation on when it could come back?
Yeah, so just the first point, and thanks for that invitation, Adam, is so the amendment is put by Councillor Paquette is to fund it but hold the whole thing in abeyance.
Not the first part.
Sorry, just the
Not
second part.
6.6
Okay,
million.
Yeah, so what part are you worried, Adam, that might fail? Because it's a minimum of a year, an election, and there can't be any irrevocable action taken.
So that was I'm uncertain if the second part, if it votes and fails, I'm not sure if we're permitted to bring it back as an unfunded profile.
You're correct, you're not.
Okay, I'll take the chair back. Councillor Wright, I'll go to Councillor Wright.
My apologies. And I guess my concern is what's the risk if in the design and that of the transportation project that we were, like, would we have to rip up some of the open spaces, or if the design of the transportation project was such that?
No.
No, there's
Yeah,
no risk there?
That was our rationale with bringing them the way that we did, is that
Okay.
we feel like we could separate and give the transportation components their due time to get to the design checkpoint 3.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Okay, that concludes the questions. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rice, go ahead.
Yeah, one more question. And because we already spent $1.5 million, and so to checkpoint 3, and that's specifically for the open spaces for the park, right?
That'd be a combination of the open spaces to checkpoint 3 and how far we've gotten so far with the transportation project because we're in the process.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it's combination, and because I'm thinking for the open spaces project, if we already done checkpoint 3, and how did the 6.6 this number come from, and how this calculated, and we do need this $6.6 million to finish the open spaces park project, or either any other number could be?
From doing the design, that is what we've estimated the improvements to cost from a finish the design and deliver perspective. So that's based on doing the design. We've calculated that to do the park improvement, the open space improvements that have been identified through the engagement, the cost to do those at the various parks is that amount.
So that is for the delivery
Correct.
piece.
Correct.
And you mentioned is the improvement for the several parks, not only one. So
Correct.
It's around that neighborhood.
Yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parks.
5 parks, 6 points. Okay. Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So that concludes the questions on this. To speak. Councillor Paquette to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the excellent questions and the excellent responses. Back when this was taken off the table for the community, the question was, were we going to go here or were we going to go to Inglewood? And Inglewood is a little bit further ahead. And I had a tough conversation with my community to explain that. And they saw the logic in it. And we moved forward.
Just hold on. We are not going to divide it to 2 parts.
Sorry, you're not dividing it?
No, I was requesting one, but then I did not specifically ask to be divided.
We will reattach it.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And if you come to this community, and I know some of you have been there, you'll know that this is not a frivolous ask. And if you've been around for a long time, you know that I've never once put something on the table for my ward. This is it. There are people who are sleeping in the parks, what parks there are, and in the alleys. There's not sufficient lighting. They even have to cut down trees and bushes so that people won't make encampments. In this community, the people are just so beautiful, and they don't ask for a lot. And for the good of the city has been building right through that community for years. And it's ongoing. So for Belvedere and for Baldwin, this would be one of those things that we talk about, where we have a city of equity and where we take care of communities and we make promises to them based on them taking on some of the responsibilities of being a community. Come see the supportive housing. Come see the seniors housing. And you'll know what I'm talking about. And it works together. But boy, do these little neighborhoods need a lot of help. So I hope you give it to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, next is Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much. I'd like to introduce Amendment C41. That new capital profile CM 30-0001 nature-based climate solutions be approved for $4,500,000 in 2023 and $1.5 million in 2024, 1.5 in 2026, and $500,000 in 2026 to plan and design nature-based climate solutions with funds from pay-as-you-go.
Okay, so can you tell me which?
Councillor Rutherford.
No, which item was there? C41.
41.
C41. Okay, Councillor Rutherford seconded that. Councillor Tank, please make the introduction.
Yeah, sure. You know, we're kind of at the moment in the evening where I think we're all starting to really weigh on the choices we have to make. Very little debt room, and we're running out of money. But I think this is an important one to have a conversation about. Following on the heels of you know, the earlier conversation with the nature area reserve, you know, we can. This is an opportunity for us to build on the stuff that we do have and explore solutions to increase carbon storage, offset greenhouse gas emissions. You know, we've heard from Edmontonians loud and clear that climate action is a priority. We've seen a lot of these actions being funded, but I think there is certainly more we can do in the form of planting this seed. And really, I think that's kind of what's important to me for this one, is that we need to plant the seed now and continue to build on this particular area that I think it was too bad that it didn't quite make it into the multi-part, but I think it's a very worthwhile direction that we should be exploring. You know, cities around the world have been, I mean, including Edmonton, that we've been doing nature-based climate solution, and I think this is something we need to continue to do and build on. And that's my introduction. And I recognize that, you know, it's all the decisions moving forward is incredibly difficult, and I appreciate the conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I'll go to Councillor Salvador for questions.
Yeah, thank you. So maybe just to the mover first. Thank you for bringing this forward. Recognizing this is not the full ask, I don't think. I believe the full profile was for 15 million. So just wondering, yeah, just a bit of background or rationale around the 4.
Yeah, I think, you know, I guess even especially now, given the very limited debt room, I think I'm actually going to stick to the smaller portion at this moment. I think even if it's not the full amount, I think it's still important seed to plan, and I wanted to keep it here.
Okay, great, thank you. And then to administration, so with the 4 million, I guess how far do we think this will take us? Like, will this get us to a checkpoint, a 2, 3?
Yeah, in the profile right now, the amendment as written, it's 4 million for continuing planning and design. It would take a number of projects from checkpoint 2 to checkpoint 3. I think Suzanne mentioned earlier in the other question, Dawson and Alescu, naturalization, and then daylighting projects like Rat Creek and Dawson and Kennard and Grout Creek area. So that's what we have
Okay,
planned right
okay.
now with it.
Yeah, that's really helpful. And then I wonder if there's a tie-in. I know the federal government recently announced Canada's National Adaptation Strategy, and there were specific call-outs for supporting nature-based solutions. Do we see this body of work as potentially being able to tap into any federal funds that become available as part of that strategy? Or do we have a line of sight on that at all?
We do have a line of sight on that, and potentially we will be applying to it.
Okay. What's the timeline on that?
I don't have that
Okay.
information. Not sure if someone on the team could answer that. We might not know at this time.
That's okay. Yeah, but just to know that there is an intention there and that those two can mesh nicely, that's really great to hear. And then I guess just finally, recognizing it's not the full ask, do we still feel that sort of those 4 or 5 projects that were mentioned, that those ones in particular would be eligible for partnered funding?
It's too early days for us
Okay.
to be able to say that.
Darn. Okay. Well, that's it from me. Thank you so much for bringing this forward to the mover.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Any more questions? Seeing none? Oh, sorry, Councillor Principe, go ahead.
Just to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Just trying to figure something out. Okay. Just to speak. Anyone else? Seeing none, so to speak, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, this is something that I would have really liked to have supported, and this is something that when we had passed previous amendments, we had spent $100 million on amendments, but this is where I would have liked to have seen, where we actually came up with solutions where we're going to be putting the money. But we've already put $100 million just in the last couple of days towards that, $200 million if you add the bike lanes to it. So at this time, I can't support it just because we've put so much money into it just in the last few days. So, but I like the idea, and I would have supported it if we hadn't already put so much into it. So I just wanted to explain why I'm not supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Tang, to close.
Yeah, I really appreciate that comment. I also recall during, I think, one of the committee meetings when we talked about the scale of investment needed to address our climate action. It's quite significant, and I think this kind of speaks to your point, Councillor Principe. And I appreciate that. We would like to go maybe the full amount to really get us to our goals. But I don't actually think we'll be in order for the full amount because we're actually out of debt room. So that's why I think planting the seed is important. And I also recognize the cities can't do it alone. And I think those questions around other levels of opportunities through other levels of government, I think we need to fully explore that. But this is just to give us that extra fuel to keep going. Fully understand the challenges here, and I appreciate everyone's understanding. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is passed. Next is Councillor Hamilton. No.
No, I withdrew all my amendments.
Okay. Councillor Wright.
None for me.
Councillor Salvador. Councillor Salvador, you're next.
Yep. Oh, boy. So it is C-45. And there is slight revision to the wording, so I'll read that in. And it is also in the chat. So that capital profile CM 99-9000 infrastructure delivery growth as per page 669 of Appendix E be increased by 35 million. Planning, design, and delivery of the Edmonton Coliseum demolition as follows. 17.5 million, 2.5 in 2025, 8 million in 2026, 6 million in 2027, and 1 million in 2028 from pay-as-you-go. 17.5 million of 2.5 million in 2025, 8 million in 2026, 6 million in 2027, and 1 million in 2028, interim financed from land enterprise retained earnings, and the administration return in the spring 2023 supplemental capital budget adjustment with a plan to repay land enterprise retained earnings over a period not to exceed 5 years.
Okay, that was seconded by Councillor Wright, right? Okay, Councillor Salvador, can you please make the introduction?
Sure. So the Coliseum. I wish I wasn't in a position where I'm having to bring this forward as an amendment to fund this, but here we are. We have spent years putting this off, and it has cost us millions of dollars, around 1.5 million annually, just to keep it in dark operations. So truly this should have been addressed years ago. At this point we have explored numerous options, from repurposing the building in a broad variety of directions to trying to strike different deals, but it's very clear that those options are not viable. At this point, it's inevitable that we have to fund the demolition of this liability, less now or more later. And when the previous council shut down the Coliseum, there was an understanding that we wouldn't leave a gaping wound in the community for a decade. But if this is not funded, that's exactly what's going to happen. And it will cost all Edmontonians. So again, really wish I was not in this position, but wishes are not going to help this liability from its continued growth. So with this restated motion, I've attempted to find a thoughtful path forward using partial pay-as-you-go funding and funding from land enterprise retained earnings. And understanding that this project is not eligible for debt, we are in a uniquely difficult position. And yes, this is, I'll say, a slightly unusual way forward, but with this approach, I really am hoping to avoid the full cost being placed on pay-as-you-go, while still maintaining land enterprise retained earnings in a healthy position. So I will leave it at that, and just thank administration as well for helping, trying to thread this needle and helping put forward a creative funding approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thank you to the mover for bringing this forward. I just want to ask a little. I know you talked about in your opening. You've looked at every option possible. I just want to ask one more time about, just for fun, because I love selling things for $1. At least I love asking about it. What is, is it not viable to go to the market and say, hey, we're going to sell this for $1, or we're going to sell this, I'm using air quotes when I say sell it for, we'll give you $5 million if somebody takes on the requirement to demolish and then ultimately develop. Is that truly not a viable option for us?
Good evening, Councillor Knack. It's Bart Jiraki here with Real Estate. So on the viability side, I know we've attempted on multiple fronts to try to understand what different proponents could come forward with in terms of doing something with the building. Selling the land at $1 will still create the same issue for anybody in the future, and that is that someone will have to move forward with the demolition, and then that cost will be a burden upon them. Subsequently, they'll be left with the parcel that's there, and whether or not they can actually make their cash flow work on just that parcel is quite a challenging ask for any developer.
Mm-hmm. So I guess my question is, you wouldn't even be able to say, because we're being asked for $35 million here, gosh, if we said, we'll pay you 25 million to take the Coliseum off our hands and demolish it, you could still have a net savings of 10 million. Like, have you even looked at options like that? That's just what I want to get a sense of, because if we could give it away for less than the cost that we're being asked for today, I'd love to do that.
So we, as far as I understand, we haven't gone through or haven't received any expressions of interest along those lines where someone would be willing to take on the demolition work for us. If the city were to spend or provide that amount of funding, we would still also need a budget amount to support that funding in any event in order to transfer that over.
Agreed. I guess just the question, and I'm not looking to hold this up based off the piece here, but could you approve this and still go double check on the market that because again, either way you have to have a line item. So if I could pay less to give it to somebody to take on that burden, I'd rather do that than pay slightly more to demolish it ourselves. Again, maybe there's nobody interested. Maybe in that scenario, I'd hate that we hadn't looked at that option.
The only thing I'd mention as well is that the future use of this land will also include a park plaza area that will eventually connect into the new 119th Ave LRT station. And so we do want to be able to control the land in the future in terms of how it's developed. So that's part of the challenge that we would have in terms of just providing this to someone right now to demolish it and then potentially cause issues down the line.
But what I'm hearing, did I see the mic go on? Sorry, Mr.
I was just going to say, this has been on the council agenda for a number of years.
Absolutely.
And throughout it, we've received a number of formal submissions, many informal, and none of them would sort of go to the level that you've identified. However, if this is approved, there's still design effort that we need to undertake before we action demolition.
Yeah.
And so just by the nature of having this conversation, if there's a proponent out there, there's the potential that they could be listening and potentially, but our experience is limited.
It's maybe a long shot, and again, I wouldn't want to necessarily stop this from being approved. I would just hate that for us to advance that. If by chance there's a large-scale developer who says, hey, if you pay me 25 million, I'll do it instead. And I would hate for us to not have at least made that available as an option. So
yeah, Councillor, I think if we approve that, we will make sure we do the best to consider that,
And maybe there's no interest. So
and we've had some success with that with Hangar 11, right?
Yep.
We found somebody to step up, and we'll keep on actually, opening and advertising as best we can.
As long as we've done that, that's the piece I care about the most, that we've just made it available. If nobody takes us up, and that's fine too. So,
Yeah,
okay.
we'll keep pursuing that for sure.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much. And the other thought, and I spoke briefly to Ms. Padbury about this, is municipal bonds. Can we get some diehard Oiler fans that would want to buy bonds to tear down the Coliseum? I don't know.
Bonds are still debt.
Okay. And there's no other way around that, because it's not an asset. And the value that it would leave after demolition isn't enough to be an asset.
So what you're doing is actually removing an asset.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the land to develop on is not an asset? Okay.
The land to develop on is inventory, so it is inventory for resale.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I wanted to check in on.
Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, speaking of the land value, is there a way to structure this process so that the eventual sale of the land, once demolition is complete, is dedicated to sort of paying back the pay-as-you-go?
So I'm going to defer to Mr. Jiraki, but one of the reasons we haven't really been keen on using land enterprise retained earnings for the funding source is we don't necessarily think that it will earn sufficient to return back to the retained earning.
Yeah, that's correct. I believe the last appraisal that we had on this specific area of land was looking around, and I'll just use a high level number, $10 to $11 million in potential land sale value. So there is that to consider as well.
Yeah, and just could that 10 or 11 be used to offset the pay-go, or would that sort of undermine some of the broader work that Land Enterprise is doing?
So typically, any land sale will go through the existing land development policy. So in that sense, the proceeds of sale, if there's any net income that's provided, which in this case would be not likely due to the cost of demolition, we would be providing 25% return back to the city through a dividend. But maybe I would defer to Stacy to see if there's any way that it could go back to PAYGO, but I'm not sure that that's possible.
I think what Bart's really saying is there isn't going to be enough left over to go back to PAYGO. And if you strip out, so just maybe one step further to be clear, if you use land enterprise retained earnings and partially fund this with with pay as you go, and then you take all of your profit from the development and push it back to the tax levy side, you're not really following your enterprise land development policy anymore, and you're actually deteriorating the retained earnings over time, which sets you up for the next development.
Yeah, no, and that's a good answer just in terms of what those knock-on impacts would be. Just recognizing that in my understanding, land enterprise is usually intended to be self-sufficient, but in this case, we're making quite a significant contribution to unlock that land for development. That's, I think, just why I was thinking maybe we make an exception to those policies in this case.
I think it would be an exception to the policy, and I think one of the reasons that land enterprise won't be profitable on this particular parcel of land is because of a previous operation there. So, I mean, we can have a conversation about what's best to pay for that, but according to policy, it's probably not enterprise land development and it's more tax levy.
Yeah, okay, no, that's really helpful. I really appreciate the mover bringing this forward and happy to speak to it further when the time is appropriate.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans.
So, I think my questions have been answered. I guess I just would give Councillor Salvador one more opportunity to deny the fact that she's actually a Calgary Flames fan. I'm good.
Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
So how much are we spending kind of keeping the lights on? I understand $1.5 million per year, right?
It does fluctuate. So I think in the last year we were roughly around 1.25 million.
Okay. And there's a value to the land, which is maybe $10 to $15 million. If land enterprise is paid that annual keeping the light on money over 15 years, whatever that amount be, right? So just trying to figure it out, why can't that be done solely through the land enterprise with the deal, that you get to keep that $1.2 million maybe for next 20 years. That goes into the land enterprise from the tax levy that we're spending now.
So this is where it gets a little bit tricky. We do have our land development policy update report that's due to come back in early January. Depending on how some of this conversation goes, that may need to be deferred a little bit. But with that, all of these calculations have an impact in terms of how much money is available in order to be used for this work. And so I guess part of the thing that I just wanted to raise is that in order to be able to do this through land enterprise, we have to make sure that we move ahead with the various development projects that we have, such as the industrial commercial land development work, some of the greenfield land development work, and other projects that have already continued on, such as Heritage Valley. And that supports the cash flow to allow for this demolition to be funded via land enterprise retained earnings. But it is all contingent on those sales moving forward and through the projections that we've identified thus far.
I know it's not as simple as just saying, here your money and then pay out. But I am really, we don't have the money. I don't know where we're going to find $17 million from pay as you go. And I understand, I really admire Councillor Salvador finding creative solutions to this, right? Even at $17.5 million pay as you go, we don't have that money. We are already at a significant tax levy than what was proposed by administration. We haven't even gone through the capital budget, operating budget yet, right? So I'm really struggling with it. That's why I'll make a. Is it okay? Like, would it be? Can you not bring back some sort of different options as part of Spring SOBA that could include exploring private sector, selling them at maybe give them somebody $15 million and they can do whatever they want to do with it, right? And demolish it, whatever, right? And then, or maybe do more in-depth analysis with the land enterprise to maybe figure out a different way of getting rid of this this building.
So we could, with direction from council, we could do any of that. The longer it takes to demolish the building, the more expensive it is likely to be to demolish the building.
I understand that, but it is not fair on this council to be paying for the decisions that previous council should have made. It's not really fair that we take the brunt of it. So I'm going to amend it that that this be brought back through SOBA discussions with different options of either private sector involvement or taking or amending policies that in land enterprise or other options to look at this instead of funding us. So. If I know. Need some wording around that.
Yeah, so can you just say again, so right now the motion the amendment is to approve the funding. And are you wanting to not approve the funding? Are you wanting so you want an amendment to
not approve the funding,
it?
but a report coming back to Spring SOBA, or maybe.
So do you want to just do a subsequent?
Or can we defer? Like, can we defer this to SOBA?
No, so this is an amendment to a budget.
Oh, so it's the same situation that Councillor
Yes.
Hamilton was.
Yep. So all of these amendments are all germane to the main budget motion that's on the floor.
Okay, so.
So if this is defeated, then you could pass a subsequent motion, which can be made at any time for admin to come back with some options on what to do with the situation.
So I will make a subsequent motion if this is defeated. Okay, I'll take the chair back. And I'll go to Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. Just quickly, Councillor Knack asked questions about if we give somebody the Coliseum and some amount of money, would they take it? I guess my question is this, is if we demolish the Coliseum, is there a market for the land after that? And what I'm getting to is the urgency around demolition from a market perspective. Do we have an idea of that? Did anybody come back and say, if that thing wasn't there, we'd buy it tomorrow, the land?
I think Bart can answer that question better than I, but I do believe, I'll just start high level. The sooner we demolish this, the sooner we can start making plans that are in line with city plan for this area of the city. And I'll just see if Bart has more to add to that.
Yeah, a couple things I'll just add is it definitely has these cost savings for the city where we no longer have to spend for the operating costs. Keep the building in the current state. In terms of the market, there has been demand for this type of property right now, which would be a multi-use type of product. So it's both a little bit of commercial as well as more dense residential. In terms of when that may be achieved, that's a question up for the market in terms of exactly when that may be sold. Right now, in terms of a phasing approach, we're definitely looking at listing properties from the southern portion of the development and moving north. But there's also some properties that we own on the northern edge of the overall exhibition lands area that we'd be looking to list in the near future as well. That would have somewhat similar uses from what I can recall off the top of my head as well.
And the only thing I'd add is the cost to demolish will likely only go up with time.
Yeah. As will the cost of every single thing on the planet, including water. So part of the overall plan for exhibition lands is to actually move the southbound part of Wayne Gretzky Drive over against the northbound. How soon would that have to happen in order for land to be developed on that northern triangle?
Bear with me, I'm just gonna have to double check on the timing for that one moment.
Like I'm wondering if we move to demolish and then we start having additional costs that begin to pile up so that we can actually sell an actual piece of land up there sooner than progressive development south to north would otherwise imply. And then a related question to that is, the roughly $1.25 to $1.5 million to keep the building secure. Is that currently in our operating budget, or if this doesn't pass, then do we need a subsequent motion to add operating dollars to keep the building secure?
I believe the 1.25 is in our operating budget.
It is in our operating budget. So over 4 years, if, based on Councillor Salvador's motion, if we're going to put $17.5 million over 4 years, there's a credit of $5 million that would come out of operating at some point. Maybe not $5 million. There's a credit that would come out of no longer having to maintain the building.
That's correct.
Depending on timing.
And would contemplate that as part of the payback strategy.
Right. Yeah.
So just to add to the previous question they had, the work for the Wayne Gretzky realignment, that was a longer term project that was identified for exhibition lands. However, I do believe the parcel itself, where the Coliseum is, we could still advance other work on that and not be really impacted by the work associated with the roads.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Salvador, you haven't had a round, right?
No, I have not.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I want to get an understanding of the order of magnitude that we're talking about when it comes to the cost escalation. So what was the original cost estimate for demolition?
I believe we were in the 20 million range, yes.
And that
20
was
million when we were discussing this the first time, which would have been 5 years, thank you, 5 years ago.
Okay.
So 2017.
So $15 million over 5 years. Is that right?
Well, I think we have to take into account the fact that the first number was provided as a bit of a checkpoint zero kind of estimate.
Sure.
And then through 2019, we completed a study with industry support to understand better what the options were in front of us. And that's where the $35 million came from.
Okay, that's helpful.
Right, that initial estimate actually came from the submission on repurposing that area, and it was part of the future vision.
Right. Okay, so maybe on that, we have gone to significant lengths to look at repurposing options. Is that right? And I guess you're saying that the dollar figures actually came from that body of work that we did with industry, who has the expertise in this realm.
Correct.
Okay.
And yes, Bart can speak to it, but formal submissions, informal submissions in terms of repurpose.
How many times have we asked administration to come back with more options? Like, I'm sorry, it just seems like this has been done before.
3 in my tenure in the last 2 years, I recall, just in meetings and discussions, yeah.
Wow.
And there were multiple times through the years of 2016, I think, through 2018 as well. There were a few reports.
Okay, and then as part of the phasing of exhibition lands, if we were to move forward on demolition sooner rather than later, could that parcel be activated? Like, I understand we're starting work on the southwest portion of the site, but could this be accelerated?
I think that's a great question. So part of the reason why this was always looked at as a longer term phasing approach was because of the fact that the Coliseum was there. And so if the Coliseum is demolished, then that can definitely impact when we move forward with potential land sales in that location as well.
Right. Have we ever run into this type of large scale demolition problem in the past? It seems like a bit of an anomaly. And even from a funding perspective, like, feels like we're trying to cobble together adequate funding sources in order to be able to do this one-off.
I would maybe just start by saying that this building is here after a large-scale building, an arena was built downtown, and it has been a challenge for us to work through the funding sources. And like many things, it is hard to want to spend money to demolish something when there are so many other things that people would like to see in terms of growth. That's
Yep.
the fundamental challenge.
Yep, absolutely. Why was, and I don't want to go back here, but why was demolition not done right at the outset, like when the decision was made to move the arena to downtown?
I think there was a strong desire to see if we could figure out a way to repurpose without impacting previous agreements that were in place.
Okay.
And in fairness, the land use plan actually wasn't in place at the time of that decision
Right.
as well.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And then just finally to the mayor's point around doing this solely through land enterprise retained earnings, I guess how precarious of a position would that place land enterprise retained earnings in?
So it really all does depend on our cash flows, the cash that would come in and out of the city in terms of some of the other development work, because that would be the primary source that would be contributed towards funding this. Depending on how that moves forward over the next 2-3 years, then land enterprise could potentially, I guess what I'm trying to say is we can always look at different ways where land enterprise supports additional funding for this, but we need to be able to see how what those impacts would be, whether or not there's an impact on the dividend and how that may need to be tweaked. And then also the timing of when this demolition would occur as well would be a major factor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering, so you've said the value of 35, or the cost of 35, came in 2019, so we haven't done anything more recent in the past 3 years any estimates of what the cost could actually be?
No, that's correct. We are basing this on the work that was completed in 2019.
Okay, and then the cost of the utilities and whatnot, I think you'd mentioned 1.25 a year? What would the utilities, now that rising costs in utilities, what would you anticipate them being over the next couple of years?
So between the 1.25 to 1.5 million would be the general range that we're looking at.
Okay. And then, Ms. Padbury, you had mentioned it's an exception to policy. Can we even consider approving this through the land enterprise?
So I think what I'm saying is using land enterprise retained earnings as the funding source is not currently aligned with your policy. What this motion does is actually use it as a financing source with a payback. So you're kind of loaning money from land enterprise retained earnings to deal with the demolition and then a payback strategy over time.
So that is within the policy then, or roundabout way within the policy?
I would say there's nothing in the policy that necessarily prohibits it, and because it's so closely tied to the redevelopment, it's unusual, and it is probably not something that we would normally recommend, but looking for creative strategies to try and accomplish what the intention is.
Okay, and then, so the 1.5 that we're using to service or to pay utilities and that, can we not take that money out of operations to pay for some of this?
Well, that's where the payback strategy would come in.
Okay,
But
that's
until
good.
you demolish it, we're still paying the
paying.
$1.5 million.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Stevenson, just to speak. Okay. Okay, all right. That concludes the questions to this item. Now to speak, Councillor Stevenson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really just want to send a huge thank you to the mover for bringing this forward and to administration for coming up with such a creative solution. This is the last thing anyone wants to spend money on, but I think it's absolutely essential that we do. Not only is there an ongoing cost to the city through the having to keep it in dark operations, but there's a huge opportunity cost that we're paying. We talk about some of the barriers to infill, the barriers to achieving city plan, and those can be quite complex and layered. This is a very large and very concrete barrier to development immediately adjacent to an LRT station. I think the long-term rewards of making this investment now will absolutely be reaped, not only in terms of providing people with more options to live very close to high-speed transit and LRT, but for the overall vision of the area. So I again just really want to send my appreciation for the creative work that's gone into this. I think this is one of those things that we just need to get done. It has been left as a legacy, and it's our opportunity to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Hamilton.
I appreciate where this is coming from, because I think we've long heard from residents who live in the neighborhood around the old Coliseum that the building, when it was active, was trouble for the community, I think, to say the least, and the building now is even more trouble for the community. But I'm reluctant to support it at this point. I'll listen to other people's closing on it, and this is why. Because the decision to demolish the building is not tethered to the immediate ability to redevelop the land and recoup the cost. And the discussion of developing exhibition lands is independent of a larger discussion about essentially what the market capacity is right now for infill, that kind of large-scale infill development in the city. And I appreciate that the cost of this is going to continue to escalate. There has been, I think, over the past couple of years, I was just saying to Mayor Sohi that where user groups have come forward and they've asked to take over the building in one form or another, or to repurpose it for community use. And I'm not saying that is, I think we've established through some reports that there's some significant challenges with that, though not impossible. What I fundamentally struggle with on this profile and on our sort of larger conversation around investing in land development is that we're kind of lacking the citywide context for it. I think the projects themselves make sense. I'm not arguing with that. Just that I think we need to understand it in the larger sort of context of what the market can bear. Because if we're going to be really clear, if we're going to demolish this for $35 million, and let's pretend that it is only going to cost $35 million, in the private sector, you would look for what the benefit would be when you can recoup that cost. And I don't know that we have that horizon. I think we have the operational horizon, which I heard, but I'm not sure that we're left with a net positive on this. I think maybe someone might. I think that perhaps it would be fundamentally the right decision, but I think we need a little bit more context for the market. So I would perhaps ask, I think if it came back at a different time and we had that context, I'd be more inclined to support it. It's just, the sort of larger development conditions that I'm looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I was inclined to support this at all costs because, I do feel the tension of cost escalation, and it's not going to get any better. And we've exhausted every opportunity or possibility of repurposing this building. I totally get that. What I see here is, an imaginative way of trying to fund it, and frankly, compliments to those that are trying to find that imaginative way. I'm not going to support it, though, for this reason. And that is that my motion on a municipal development corp is hanging out there. And I'll speak to that when the time comes, but one of the things that I think we might be able to explore is if a city-owned private sector corporation might be able to access different financing methods and forms. And I don't know how long it'll take to have that conversation, but I feel like if we take until the spring adjustment to at least examine that conversation as one of the potential imaginative ways of demolishing this building in the context of land development writ large across the city, there might be something there. They may not either. But from the world of, we've kind of waited this long, another 6 months isn't going to kill us. We've budgeted for the maintenance of the building anyway, so there's no extra dollar that we have to find to keep this building up for another half a year. I'm inclined to defeat this motion, or even suggest that the motion be removed or withdrawn so that it doesn't get defeated and then have to go through that 1 year delay period, pending a conversation around that other approach. So that's why if it stays on the table, I would vote against it, because I want to see what we can do with that other idea. I'm losing the ability to be articulate. Thank you.
No?
Yeah.
Withdrawn? Willing to? No? Okay, no. Okay, then, just on Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Okay. I appreciate Councillor Salvador's efforts on this, and she and I had a number of conversations, and my staff number of conversations with her how to figure out a way forward on this demolition. But I just cannot support putting $17.5 million of pay-as-you-go into something that may not be as urgent. Development is not taking place tomorrow. It's going to take time for development to occur or grow into that site, and I think we need to explore other options. I'll give it another last try if there's people out there who might be willing to look at it, repurposing, or even further exploring the possibility of land enterprise fully funding it. It may not be done in this time frame, but I understand if time frame can be extended for demolition, there might be some options for land enterprise to explore. I think we haven't fully explored that. If we had $17 million today in pay-as-you-go, it's a tax levy, and I'd rather use that $17 million to fund more affordable housing that is urgently needed. I'd rather use that to pay for some of the climate change initiatives that we've been asking administration to figure out, and they're not in this budget, and we got to figure out a way to move forward on those as part of the operating budget. I'd rather see that money go toward the public transit that we need to fund, because we still are short money on for the on-demand transit that if we don't find the resources will be cancelled come April of 2023, and or expand other transit system needs in the city. If this was a serious safety issue at that time, that would be a different thing. But I think we need to explore other options. So I just cannot support it at this time. And I'll go to Councillor Knack. And I'll take the chair back, go to Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. So it is late, so I want to double check here, and it's not going to be a question because I realize we're into speaking, but the way I read this motion is that the first expenditure doesn't begin until 2025. So I appreciate the concerns that my colleagues have just raised, but my feeling is that we could actually approve this motion to provide some certainty that pending a conversation, so I think a subsequent motion would make perfect sense right after this, that says have something come back in 6 months around everything that was just talked about. And if for some reason that comes back and it turns out there isn't an alternative, well, this motion's still on the books and it doesn't take effect until 2025. So I don't actually see the harm in approving this now with a clear indication of this. I want that last-ditch effort. Believe me, I'm ready for fire sales. Like, come on, like, I'll do what we need to do to figure out a way. But I actually think we can approve this now to provide the community with some certainty that this will happen one way or another. It'll either happen this way, as per the motion by Councillor Salvador, or through our last-ditch effort over the next 6 months. So it's because of that I will support this, and I would just suggest that maybe it is wise to do this, to have that money approved, have that certainty, and then let's do a subsequent motion that makes it clear that we will do another exploration in advance of spending any of this money. So I'll support this because of that timeline currently identified in this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thanks so much.
I am so sorry, Mr. Mayor. I've been trying to get in, but as you can see,
were?
I'm locked out. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Paquette, sorry.
Yeah, and speaking of locked out, I recall when the decision was made to lock the doors of this building, and ostensibly the idea was to save money. And and obviously that didn't happen because it's been year after year after year of delay. And we're bleeding money. So what I would love to see is exactly what Councillor Knack described. We move ahead with the understanding that there will be a subsequent, and the subsequent will be to explore the options that we already discussed. But what this does is this embeds our responsibility, because the last thing I don't want to see is this kicked off to yet another council while we're bleeding millions of dollars. It just doesn't make sense. And I know this is a budget of really tough decisions, and probably no one's going to be coming away super happy with all the results. But this is one of those things that has really been an issue and an object lesson in being careful about what deals you make. And I'll leave that part at that. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Paquette, anyone else? Now I'll go to Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and really, really appreciate the conversation today and all of the thoughtful points that have been made. And I'll just reiterate some of them and reflect back. So I think when the original proposal for the arena downtown was made, there were some maybe unfound assumptions around what could happen with this site and how it could be repurposed. And that created a delay. We stalled out a second time when there was hope that there was a future for the structure. And I can understand why council and previous council were looking for alternatives, choosing to explore those options. But at this point, it's become very clear that that's just not the case. And as has been pointed out by colleagues, at this point, the structure is slowly bleeding away millions of dollars from our tax base every year. Yes, we're losing 1.25 on operating costs, but taking into account cost escalation on the demolition itself, which is inevitable, we're looking at more. So, as was mentioned by Councillor Stevenson, nobody wants to be in this position where you're having to pay money just to avoid losing money. And I am not happy about this. And it's kind of like, you're not happy to learn that you have to replace your roof or there's going to be water damage. And at some point, you just have to recognize that the clear-cut reality of the situation means we can invest now or face those financial pains later. But in this case, there is a bit of an upside because it means that we're going to be unlocking developable land, which will ultimately move us closer to the vision that is outlined in the exhibition lands planning framework. And I feel very strongly that we need to make a decision now in order to minimize that financial damage. I just don't think it's responsible to continue kicking this down the road and ultimately at the expense of taxpayers. So I really appreciate Councillor Knack's clarity, and I'm so happy that he brought that up, because we have heard that if this is approved and if we are able to move forward with this, administration will absolutely do their best to look for alternatives for demolition. They have the ability to look at those opportunities to potentially, fire sale, hand it over to industry for demolition. But I understand that that can happen if this is approved today. So, yeah, and if there's a desire to make that more clear through a subsequent, would welcome that. But again, it's a painful decision, and I believe that's why previous councils have pushed it off for so long. And I just don't think we're at the point where we can delay this any further. So don't want to make that same mistake. So I would ask my colleagues to support this, recognizing that there can still be further conversations about the best way to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Please vote. Oh,
I'm a yes.
the session is, just wait, session is being restored, so it'll come back, right, Clerk Ward?
It might be delayed on your end, but you can always give your vote verbally as well.
Just wait. Let's refresh. Let's go into sign in. So log into eScribe, refresh please. Go to November 30th meeting.
You can pin the meeting, so you don't have to keep finding.
There you go. Okay.
You're also waiting on 2 additional votes as well.
Okay, can you send it now?
It's already been sent.
It's not showing up? Okay, it's not.
No.
I am no.
No. Thank you, Mayor Soki.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Rice.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is passed. Okay. Next is Councillor Knack.
All right, so I think only one of my 2 motions would even be in order at this stage. 63 to confirm with administration would no longer be in order based off what is available to us, correct?
So if I look at the policy, the way the policy is worded is at the point in which you go into the restricted category, after that, there can be no more. So it's not that you can only go up to there, it's that the first project that takes you over, after that, you're now in the restricted category.
I see. Okay, well, I'm gonna wait on that one anyway then. Let's do the other one for now then, while I reflect on maybe a different plan. So let's do 62. That was my only other one. So the capital profile CM 20-2020 transportation planning and design growth, page 584 of Appendix A, be increased by 1.3 million, 600,000 in 2023 and 700,000 in 2024, and CM 99-9000 infrastructure delivery growth, page 612 of Appendix A, be increased by 16.5 million, 6 million in 2024, 5.5 million in 2025, and 5 million in 2026 to fund planning, design, and delivery of intersection improvements composite program with funding from pay-as-you-go. And
So this was seconded by Councillor Paquette. And Councillor Knack, please make the introduction.
yeah, quick version. 4 years ago, we had some debates around specific roadway upgrades, originally in the West End, which at the time council, I think rightfully, said no, because we did not have a clear prioritization around what type of improvements needed to happen and where and how would that go about happening. So I did a subsequent motion 4 years ago during budget to get a breakdown of all of the work that needs to happen across the city and get a sense of what's the scope and the scale of that work, how much would it cost, how long would it take, and that took a while, and we actually didn't get the final body of that report until this council in February of this year, which was the Mobility Network Assessment Report, which in that report outlined a number of different intersection improvements that would need to happen citywide, and so right now, if this isn't approved, nothing in that report will happen. And that was a little concerning to me because I think not only were there some good locations in the city that clearly needed some work, there were other locations where there are clear safety issues right now that, based off the current funding set aside, nothing actually will happen over this next 4-year cycle. I'll give a very specific example in the West End, and there's no guarantee that this absolutely gets addressed through this funding. This is a citywide body of work. But at the intersection of the Highway 16A and 231st Street in the very West End, cars are currently backing up on the highway during the PM rush hour. And the answer from administration right now is the only thing we can do is put up a sign telling people that cars are going to be backed up on the highway. And that doesn't feel like a great thing for us to accept over a couple of years. And I know this isn't the only part of the city that has challenges like this. So the intent of funding this composite would be to address some of these citywide challenges instead of making this a ward-specific conversation. So I'm out of time for the introduction, but I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Questions, please? Questions, colleagues? Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, to administration. In that opening, Councillor Knack mentioned about safety concerns, but if I recall correctly, in the budgeting process, safety with growth was one of your criteria for putting growth projects as funded, correct?
Yeah, go ahead, Harm.
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor Rutherford. Safety, mandated, legislated, those are some of the key criteria we used.
For any growth projects?
Right.
Okay, so
There's still, while there's safety concerns, I wouldn't suggest that they're sort of to the same degree as some of the other items that were recommended from a safety perspective when evaluated.
So what, if this amendment was to pass, which intersections would be top of that list?
Well, some of that, and Pascal can speak to this in more specifics, would be guided by that mobility network assessment report that came forward. I think the focus is likely at intersection locations, maybe not at full corridors. So providing proper channelization, those sorts of things. And Pascal, if you want to maybe.
For sure. So yeah, so it's really about improving the traffic flow, which does support improving safety at those intersections. And so we would be looking at a number of intersections that have been flagged from a mobility network assessment perspective and do some improvements, as Adam was mentioning, right, turning bays and things like that.
Yes, I understand what the capital profile does, but I'm asking you, what are some of those intersections that have been flagged, that are at the top of that list?
So part of the work would be to figure that out for sure, but some of them, 111th Ave and 142th Street, Manning Drive, 50th Street, 51st Ave, 111th Street, 137th Ave Fort Road, and we can keep going here, but we'd certainly want to spend some time for the first part of this to confirm that.
Okay. Nope, that actually is the answer that I needed. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you. So how does this fit with our safe mobility strategy? Are these related in terms of the Vision Zero goals?
I think there would be a strong connection to that, yes, because it's identifying locations where, from a multimodal perspective, we're improving the intersections to improve movement for all modes at those locations. trying to remove some of the conflict points as best we can and increase movement through the intersection for all different components. And this could also be potentially bundled with transit priority one.
Transit priority measures.
Yes,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
one. Yeah, that was
Okay.
passed.
Yeah, and I guess that's just maybe my question in terms of the overlap with this and potentially some other composite profiles.
So that's part of what we'd want to go back and do an assessment, which is why I could list some, but I wouldn't say it's the exhaustive list, and we'd have to go through and just confirm that we're approaching it holistically rather than not looking at it just from a vehicle perspective, but it's vehicle, pedestrian, cycling, transit.
Right, and again, that would likely be some of the work happening under safe mobility, under the transit priority measures.
Yeah,
Already? Yeah.
yeah, I think it's
Okay.
considering all of those, especially on the basis of what council has already approved for this 4-year.
Okay. Maybe just to the mover as well. So would your intent, is this a bit more focused on the vehicular traffic aspect, or is it meant to be more of that holistic approach that the safe mobility is taking?
I think it has to sort of be a combination of both, depending, and again, I wouldn't want to speak for administration. I have some particular problem areas that I don't know with 100% certainty would be covered by this motion, but I know if nothing is funded in this, none of that work happens anywhere, and so I was trying to find a way to address it, but recognizing there are some, outside the Henday, there are some particular challenging areas that have some unique safety issues that might not be the same as, say, the one in the downtown core, which is identified on this list as well.
Yeah, and I'm so sorry, I'm having trouble finding, so that's the list of
Yeah,
what would
sorry,
be.
it was February 16th, or February 15th, Urban Planning Committee reports, attachments, something rather. 1, 2.
And much of, or a lot of that work was corridor improvements. This would be focused on the intersection. So that's why we'd want to go back and just confirm the priorities.
In the absence of this being approved, does administration still feel that, critical safety issues can be addressed with the existing composites? Appreciating maybe not ideal or optimized, but sort of really, really critical safety.
Well, I think to answer Councillor Rutherford's question earlier, I think sort of relative safety, this didn't get recommended for that reason. It doesn't mean that there isn't safety concerns, and that report identified them, but I think I think you've all said challenging budget. That would be sort of one of the challenges that we identified, is that just felt with the pressures that we had in the budget, it was difficult to have this one included.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright?
Oh, thank you very much. I'm just wondering, 16A is provincial highway, right?
Well, it depends. Well, Highway 16A proper, yes.
Okay. I'm just wondering, either to the mover or to you, is any possibility of collaborating with the province on this to maybe, if it is backing up and creating a safety concern on the highway?
My understanding is that this particular intersection, because it is still within city limits, is entirely city's responsibility, based off what I've heard, so.
And typically what we hear from the province is anything that is a result of how the city has developed is the city's responsibility in terms of addressing those issues. And we've had examples of Anthony Henday Drive connection points where, the responsibility for a future interchange, what we get back from the province is the responsibility of the municipality.
Okay. So but like the Hendays within the city limits, but they still manage that except for the exits or on-ramps and
Correct.
off-ramps.
And so the traffic that would be produced to require something, they would sort of look at and say, that's a growth pressure caused by the city.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I would like to go back to the point about the safety intersection, safety. And do we have specific data to track in the past, like 5 years or 10 years, and for certain high-risk intersection, and is really need this improvement? And so I just want to say what's the evidence there, and then for us to do to invest this like over almost $17.3 million.
So, Councillor, we are looking at using the mobility network assessment to complete the prioritization for this intervention. And the mobility network assessment takes into account the city plan, safe mobility, and the data that we have related to incidents and accidents. So that's all part of how the mobility network assessment was completed.
So is there any specific criteria in place for certain intersection and for safety, and then based on the data, achieve a certain level for the safety concerns, and we have to make some change or improvement? And then I understand then because we have other strategy implementation in place, and then that is in the community already. I just want to get the sense this is actually, if we implement this, and really can resolve some big issues or big concerns and for Edmontonians.
So I think using the information that Pascal identified as an input, then the output would be producing a design that would, through modeling or through, depending on how we wanted to test it, assessments in the field, we could see that improvement on the basis of operations and safety.
So then my next question to the mover and Councillor Knack. So would you be okay and if we get the first planning and the design, and then for the $1.3 million, and to actually have the better understanding, that full picture, and for the improvement what we really want to do by that way, and then at least we have certainty, and also we have enough data and evidence to demonstrate, yes, this investment really bring value to our Edmontonians. But I believe the safety concern, and yeah, it's a big concern for us, but I want to do that and based on the planning and the design and finish first, and then we move forward and to the delivery.
Yeah, I'd be comfortable with that as long as there's an opportunity for that information to come back to council so that we could then provide direction for it to come forward as the next step. That's fine with me.
So that means from process perspective, I can make that amendment, or what is that? So I'll City Clerk.
So Councillor Rice, you'll be amending that the 1.3 million independent be increased and just stop there, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Or maybe again it's too late. Madam Clerk, can you guide us through, please?
I think this is going to be a bit of a team effort here. So I just to confirm, Councillor Rice, you're just basically wanting to stop after so the 1.3 million is for funding in 2023 and 2024. So are you wanting to amend Councillor Knack's amendment to only fund 600,000 in 2023, or do you also want to include the 700,000 in 2024?
Both, and it's 1.3.
Okay.
Yeah. It's planning and design.
Yeah, planning and design. Okay.
Sure. Is that a friendly amendment, Mayor Sohi, or is that
I think it
an
will be
amendment
easier to have an friendly.
I think there might be shaking heads, so I think that might be an amendment to the amendment.
It's amendment to the amendment. Okay.
So the amendment then would be to strike out everything after 2024.
Okay.
I just need to amend, because the funding, just to check with finance, the funding's still coming from pay-as-you-go?
Yep,
Yep, okey dokes.
okay.
So we'll delete everything after 2024, up to 2026.
Okay, but for voting purposes, we would still be voting on the larger number. Sorry, I'll wait for,
No, we have to vote on the amendment to
Yeah.
the amendment.
let me get some clarification.
So it's not two different numbers? So the amendment as presented is to actually just withdraw part of it?
Okay, so can you tell me which one we will be voting on first?
You would vote on the amendment to the amendment, which is to withdraw it?
Okay,
Actually, hang on, I'm tired, let me think this through. No, you would vote on the original as presented, and if that passes, then there'd be no need to vote on the amendment to the amendment.
yeah,
'cause
so
the
same
amendment-
process, we vote
Yeah,
on the.
sorry.
We
Yeah,
vote on the
catching
larger
up.
number
Yep.
first. Yeah, we will vote on the larger number first, and if that fails, then we will vote on the 1.3, right?
That's correct, Mayor, sorry.
That's my understanding. That's what clerk is understanding as well, right? So, okay. Okay, so,
Sorry, Mayor Sohi, I know we're, point of order.
Yeah.
We don't have Councillor Rice's motion anywhere.
yeah,
So it's hard to know that it's a lesser order of magnitude until we see something, a chat, a text, an offering.
I know it's.
Yeah,
that's
why
good
don't you
for-
take a little break, Mayor Sohi, and we can get that typed up, and then we'd be happy to
Okay.
share that with
We'll take a
council.
5-minute break.
Yes, we are, and we're live.
Okay, I'll do a roll call. Councillor Wright? Councillor Knack?
Good evening.
Councillor Principe?
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson?
Good evening.
Councillor Paquette? Councillor Tang? Okay, Councillor Paquette is here. Councillor Tang? Councillor Hamilton?
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford?
Hello.
Councillor Salvador?
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel?
Good evening.
Councillor Rice?
Good evening.
And Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Okay. All right. So, Clerk Ward, do we have the wording for Councillor Rice's amendment to amendment, so she can make it?
Yeah, so we've included in the tracker, and then it's included in the G-chat that's shared around. So we have the wording, we just don't have it printed out or in eScribe. And my understanding is we're voting on these as two separate amendments because of the impact of the funding. And just a friendly reminder, we still don't have a seconder for Councillor Rice's.
Second.
Thank you,
Second
Councillor
by
Principe.
Councillor Principe. Councillor, it is the second part that needs to be read into the record, right? In the chat, but whatever is in the chat, second part needs to be read into the record? Clerk Ward, is that what it is?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
So, Councillor Rice, can you please read the second part into the record?
Sure, Mayor Sohi. I move that capital profile CM-20 and -2020 transportation planning and design growth, page 541 of Appendix A, be increased by $1.3 million, $600,000 in 2023 and $700,000 in 2024 to fund planning, design of intersection improvements, composite program, and with funding from pay-as-you-go.
Thank you. So that's second by Councillor Principe. So which one would we vote first on?
So we're doing the tallest to the smallest, and my understanding is the original amendment moved by Councillor Knack has a larger impact. So that would be voted on first.
Got it. Okay. Any more questions on this? Councillor Rice, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Yeah. Just want to get a sense from administration on where are we on the overall pay-as-you-go overspent?
So currently, Mayor Sohi, you're overcommitted on pay-as-you-go by $42.6 million.
42.6. That's probably 2.5% tax levy, in that range?
If you address it through tax levy all in 1 year, yeah, that would be around
Well, 2.5% spread over 4 years, right?
So spread over 4 years, if you do a gradual increase, it would be, over the 4-year cycle, it would be 0.8%. So you're gradually putting up the tax levy. If you do it all at once, it's 2.3%.
And with this will go to, this is 16.5 million, right? This motion that we're considering now?
Right, yeah, 16.5 million.
So 42.6 plus 16.5.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'll take the chair back.
Return the chair.
Okay, anyone to speak? Councillor Knack, to close? Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, and I would say, I think Councillor Rice's amendment is the most prudent approach right now for a variety of reasons. One, the economic piece that we've just talked about. Two, from I imagine a PDDM perspective, it would probably make more sense to finish that planning and design work to help inform. So, sorry? Can I? I don't know if I can withdraw it because it's the main.
Is it, I don't just asking clerk, can this be withdrawn? No?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay, sure,
There you go.
sure. So I'll happily withdraw that, so we can just vote on Councillor Rice's
Okay,
amendment.
so
to
Councillor
this.
Knack has withdrawn this. Now we go on to Councillor Rice's. Okay. All right, we have Councillor Rice and her motion on the amendment on the floor.
Can
Back,
I
second by
finish
Councillor
speaking to it
Yeah,
technically?
go ahead.
If
Yeah.
you don't mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. And again, I think just, part of what sparked this, and again, while it was a local issue that sparked it, I have no guarantee that if this body of work happens, that the local issue that I have raised will be addressed. It is a safety issue. I hope it would. But this is very much not meant to be a ward-specific motion. But when I reached out to City Admin to find out what's the best way to tackle this from a citywide perspective, this was the particular profile to begin doing that work. And I do think it is important, even in a tight budget, because I'd be worried that if over the next 4 years, we essentially just say the only answer we have for any major traffic safety concerns at intersections is we're going to put up some signs beyond any dedicated growth profiles that have been approved for specific roads. So I do think it's important to have some of this work done over the next 4 years, as I would expect that we do that sort of on a regular and ongoing basis. All of this, just as one sort of final piece of history, when one of the first reports came back after the subsequent motion 4 years ago, it showed we had about $250 million worth of work that was city responsibility, from road widening to different types of work like that. And at the time, it was City Admin that said, we think we have better ways to do this work. We think we can do more targeted improvements across the city for a much lower cost, and yet still have a very similar impact in terms of improving safety, improving operations. And so that's what then took them away to do that work and ultimately come forward with that report that we had in February. So it's been a long journey to get to here. And I know this isn't just an issue I imagine every single ward has a intersection or two where you hear from residents where there are concerns because of the operations and how that impacts safety. And so I think it is still important, we're not going to do $250 million worth of work even after this body of work is completed and it comes back for the checkpoint 4 and 5 amounts. As we saw, it's not going to be nearly at the scale of $250 million, but I think it's a smart way to advance this in a tight budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice, you want to close?
Last thing to add.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Please vote.
Did you send the vote?
We did. We're just waiting on one vote.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is passed. Okay. Next one is Councillor Rice. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So I hope this last one will be more relaxing. And then I promise you I'm not bringing like millions of dollars there. And then I think everybody deserves have a good sleep tonight. I'm going to bring the smallest amount, and in the old amendments, it's just $100,000 increase. I'm going to read my amendment. That is number capital 36. So that capital profile on CM 30-3030, open spaces planning and designing growth, and by increase by 100,000 in 2023 only for planning and design of Heritage Valley District Park Phase 2 shared amenities, Stage 1, including tennis court to PDDM Checkpoint 3 with funding and from pay-as-you-go.
Okay. Thank you. That was seconded by Councillor Principe, right?
Yeah.
Councillor Knack. Okay, you want to make an introduction?
Sure. Very simple introduction. And then, so Heritage Valley District Park is located in the South Edmonton area and is surrounded by the high density and a younger family and lots of younger kids as well area. And specifically, and this area right now is under the lots of development and for the LRT, public transit, and also city council just passed last week, and for the Heritage Valley Town Center development. So the population, the increase is one of the fast neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods as well. Based on the population and the number I have, and so administration can confirm with me as well. And then based on my understanding, South Hendon and 65% of 65,000 population plus the Heritage Valley Town Center developments by La Paz last week will add another 12,000. So it adds up like 78,000 people who will, this park will serve them and for this purpose. Specifically for those newer area, we don't have the community league, and for any like shared amenities, regularly, and then it's community league initiative, but because we don't have the community leagues and it's a newer area, if city didn't do this baby step to encourage that community leagues is set up, and then we never can get any amenities and in the park. And right now, the park is significantly lack of community amenities. So that is my intention. Just want our city take this first step and provide opportunity and to work with our communities and really provide this community amenities and to the people and to the families living in the community area.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Ray. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, just from my understanding, we won't have any capital funding in this budget cycle to advance the delivery of the district park. Is that correct?
The district park is actually already funded. It's nearing completion to base level amenities. This would be in addition to it. The delivery of this would be in addition to it. So the district level park for Heritage Valley is under construction. And Craig, I think it's
substantially complete.
Substantially complete.
So I apologize then, what would this work be?
This
then?
would be designed to incorporate and
Oh, the tennis courts, specifically the tennis courts. Okay. So then, do we have capital funding for the tennis courts?
Well, we don't have capital funding.
Sorry, and I guess
for
what I
much
mean
of anything.
is, do we typically? Well, and I think that's sort of my point. Perhaps is that would we typically pay for the delivery of tennis courts with debt or pay as you go?
Well, normal process for something like this is, and I think the councillor referred to it as community-initiated approach. Although there are exceptions, and that does happen, but typically that's the process is used for amenities that would go sort of above that base level district park development.
So yeah, I guess my question centers on if we get to checkpoint 3, what are the options that you see for moving us beyond checkpoint 3 to delivery in the short term?
Well, the option would be bringing back the project at checkpoint 3 with cost certainty, schedule certainty for council's consideration at a future supplementary capital budget adjustment.
And again, would that be a debt or a pay-as-you-go proposition?
So it depends what you're building. If you were only building tennis courts, I would suggest debt wouldn't be the appropriate funding source, but it would depend on what the planning yielded, and then we would assign funding sources based on what comes out of the plan.
Okay, so we don't necessarily need to worry about debt limits, but it would just be a tax levy impact. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Any more questions on this? Seeing none, Councillor Rice, you want to close?
Sure. This project, $100,000 just for the planning and design, and then get the first step into this development, because in base level development for the park, we don't have any amenities in the place, and then actually that's many people want. And then if we didn't take this first step, and even for this 1,000K, I know we don't have capital, and then if this district park, and I know we have our other concerns, we have the district park as well, and I don't know how we proceed this, and then to really reach that goal or city's vision to support our community and our people. And specifically, I would like to say, and for the newer development area, city needs to ensure, and those Edmontonians who live in this development area, and then have the access to city services and establish community amenities, and is one of them. So thank you very much, and then so hope my colleagues consider to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Sorry, Councillor Jans can speak. Okay. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Next, Councillor Stevenson? No. Councillor Cartmill?
Yep, thank you. I would like to advance number C25. And this is that capital profile CM10-10-10. Facility planning and design growth be increased by $800,000, $400,000 in 2023, $400,000 in 2024. To fund planning and design to advance Riverbend Library relocation to PDDM checkpoint 3 with funds from pay-as-you-go.
So this was seconded by Councillor Knack, right? Okay. And Councillor Cartmill, please go ahead and introduce the item.
Okay, thank you. So as we've heard from the library on several occasions, the Riverbend Library is the most overmatched location in the city. This project would see the branch ultimately relocated to a new building adjacent to the Twilliger Rec Center, across the street from the transit center that is there, and immediately adjacent to what is currently a school site, but which is most likely to become a surplus school site. There are 3 schools on the campus, all within a 2-minute walk of the planned location of this building. If this is advanced to PDDM 3, that will provide a pretty firm and complete design of the building that would allow the public library to embark on a fundraising effort in the community. And I would also note that the city owns the current building that the current branch resides in, so when this project advances, there is a residual gain to be had there. So all of that will kind of come out in the wash when this project comes up for consideration for construction, understanding that funding is constrained, but there may be other funding possibilities for this project once a fundraising effort is embarked upon, and the potential for other partners might be examined and investigated. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate this this amendment here. I was just curious about what kind of opportunity has been explored in terms of whether co-location with Terwilliger's Rec Center or EPL to go through the many community halls in the area. Or, sorry, I guess administration, please.
So as it relates to co-location with the Terwilliger Rec Center, so we looked at putting it on the site, excuse me. The library would go on the same site as the rec center, and so being able to leverage parking and access, transit near the transit center, all of this. We haven't looked at including it to the building because it would likely be more complicated and would impact the operation of the rec center. But putting it on the site was explored. As it relates to exploring partnerships with community groups, unfortunately, I can't speak to that. EPL would have to respond.
And they're not happen to be online, I don't suppose. It's okay. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Any more questions? Seeing none, Councillor Cardinal to close.
Yeah, only just briefly, I can offer that there is some EPL to go activity, primarily in the communities south of the Henday, with the Community League there. The communities north of the Henday have relatively good access to the current building. The building is just too full, and having a bus kind of tootle around is not really going to change that equation very much. With respect to the Terwilliger Rec Center, there is 4 or 5 meeting rooms, but otherwise there's not nearly enough space that can be converted into a library effectively. The branch is somewhere on, I'm going to say around an 8,000 square foot footprint on 2 levels. And that space is just not available to be found in the rec center without a considerable change to the program. So again, advancing this to the next checkpoint allows a design to be finalized and other opportunities to be examined. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Paquette?
None for me.
Okay, Councillor Tang?
Point of order.
Sorry. Oh, sorry, Councillor, or did I miss
I
anything?
think it's me. I haven't
Did I
had a
miss
chance
anything?
yet.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, Councillor Principe. Oh, sorry, Councillor Principe.
No,
I'm
that's
so
okay.
sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's okay. So I'm looking at C53. So I would like to move this amendment, and do I have to say it? Is that right? You think I would have noticed everyone else doing it prior? That capital profile CM 30-3030 open space planning and design growth be increased by 290,000, 150,000 in 2023, and 140,000 in 2024, and CM 99-9000 infrastructure delivery growth be increased by 3,710,000, 410,000 in 2024, 3 million in 2025, and 300,000 in 2026 for delivery of the Londonderry District Park Phase 1 project from page 657 of Attachment 1 with funding from Pay As You Go.
So this was moved by Councillor Principe, second by Councillor Wright. Councillor Principe, can you please introduce the item?
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I brought this forward. This is a district park that discussions had started in 2005 to look at just upgrading it. And since then, there's been a plan or design for 2 phases. So the second phase is a turf field and quite significant, but the community is really in need of just phase 1. So phase 1 would just be trails, trees, benches. That's what the community needs. Actually, this area has more seniors living than the city average in this area. So it's something that's very important. And again, we're not looking for phase 2. We know that is a significant ask. So we're just asking for phase 1 so that everyone can access the park. and enjoy it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote. Sorry, Councillor Principe, you want to close?
No, that's okay. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, please vote.
I have 12 votes. Councillor Jan's absent.
Councillor Jans is not here. Okay. Please display the votes. That's defeated on a die. Okay. Okay. Next one is 54. Sorry, not 54. Councillor Tang, you're next. Sorry.
So mine's the last one, C66. That capital profile CM 999000 infrastructure delivery growth be increased by 6.3 million, 300,000 in 2023, 2.5 in 2024, 2.5 in 2025, and 1 million in 2026 for delivery of cemeteries, Northern Lights and South Haven. Phase 1 completion as per page 654, attachment 1 of the October 31st, 2022. Financial and Corporate Services Report FCS 01393 with funding from Pay As You Go.
That was moved by Councillor Tang, second by Councillor Wright. Please make the introduction, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, I want to thank Councillor Hamilton for flagging this. As we heard from some of the speakers during the public hearing, this, especially the plea from the Muslim community in terms of the lack of spaces. As the community grows, the really important aspect of the spiritual aspect to the ceremony, is seeing a reduction in the spaces to celebrate the departure of their loved ones, and in particular with some very unique faith-based practices that would require the space. And I think what was interesting for me for this one is that I'm not sure what the communication or the expectation was given to the community, but there was a lot of, I think community understood that there was funding for this and then there wasn't, and there was. And so I worry that we would fall into this conversation about, promises and commitments previously made but never followed through. So just wanted to put this on the table here to recognize the importance of equity, diversity, and inclusion, including in the way we build cemeteries as our city grows with a very diverse communities here.
Councillor Tang, thank you. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I just wanted to get some clarification that the Muslim burial is just at the South Haven, or is that also for plots at Northern Lights?
Councillor, in this phase, the Muslim burials would only be in Northern Lights. The additional Muslim spaces in South Haven would be in phase 2.
Okay. And so this funding is just for the Northern Lights then, not?
There'll be other improvements at South Haven, including more columbarium, more interment areas, more green burials, and building some roads out. As I understand, the Muslim section in South Haven needs some significant regrading and some landscaping, as well as some road construction. So it was pushed into the second phase of the work.
Okay.
But it does add over 1,200 Muslim plots to Northern Lights.
1,200? Okay.
Yeah.
And there's no way this can be funded from, there's a perpetual care reserve?
Yeah, the perpetual care reserve is for perpetual care to cover ongoing operating costs of the cemeteries.
Okay.
In past years, it has been access to do small capital, but then it obviously depletes the purpose that it was there for, is to cover the ongoing operating costs after the sales are done.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you. So the profile lists a number of aspects to the project. Do they all have to happen together, or are there discrete things that we can pull out?
They're somewhat discrete. Both cemeteries are coming near capacity on the spaces that are available. So, both the columbarium are over 90% sold. So we could pull those out, but then we won't have any inventory for folks that were looking for that as an option. We are short on conventional plots, so to get some grade beams in and open up land that is available. So we've really parceled it out as much as we can and split it from our project into 2 phases, and then phase 1A and phase 1B. So we're hoping we can move forward with this package at each cemetery to really make it efficient for the overall operations and to have a number of choices for people.
Great, thank you. And what are the recourses if all the city cemeteries were full?
There's several other faith-based cemeteries, and then a group that owns several for-profit cemeteries. And under the Cemeteries Act, there's no ability for for-profit groups to get into the cemetery business now. So it'd just be an expansion of faith-based cemeteries.
Okay, and I apologize, I had another question that has now eluded me. Oh yeah, is there, what degree of cost recovery do we see with the plot purchases?
It's a combination, Councillor. Overall, cemeteries require a subsidy. We have 7 cemeteries, 5 of them are nearly full. And because the perpetual care reserve has been used on a number of occasions for things beyond operating costs, most of the subsidy goes to operating the existing cemeteries. And the new ones, we're looking at a model where they would be full cost recovery.
Would that include this specific project, these phases?
Yeah, we're still in the putting that model together, but the intention would be this will cover all of its operating costs as well as the contribution into the perpetual care reserve. The payback is quite significant, and just from a pure financial, the revenue we earn from the sales over time is quite substantial. But of course, we have no other way to sort of upfront the capital cost of the projects.
Okay, well, thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Cartmel?
Yes, thank you. Just one question, really. This feels like a citywide need. And I guess I'm wondering how urgent it is, because it wasn't in the funded portion of the budgets presented to us. And I'm not trying to be critical, but that to me makes it seem like it's not particularly urgent. So I'm wondering about the urgency of having this funding go forward.
Yeah, Councillor, both cemeteries are nearing being sold out, being short on capacity on developed land. I think Northern Lights has about 10 years if we did nothing until we'd be fully sold out. And South Haven's shorter, it's about 6 years. So, and of course we would need time to get these projects developed and delivered to make sure the inventory was available when we get close to that sellout point.
So
lots of other land available, it hasn't been developed. Much of it's still being farmed.
So we need to do this, but do we need to do this right now, or can it wait a year or two?
Well, certain areas like the columbarium will be sold out and we'll have no inventory available. So anyone who wanted that as a choice in municipal cemeteries, we wouldn't have any spaces for them. Again, the muzzle plots are pretty much sold out. So I would encourage council to do now. It didn't meet the safety criteria. It didn't meet some other criteria. They're rather unique projects, but as I say, if we don't open up additional space in the cemeteries, we will be out of inventory.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Rutherford?
I guess to the mover first, is there a reason we are doing this with pay-as-you-go and not debt-funded if it's for going all the way to delivery?
I don't necessarily had a huge leaning, and it was a recommendation through administration.
Okay,
as the
so
default.
administration, given where we're at today, do you hold by that pay-as-you-go recommendation?
We're just not sure what other funding source there is.
Could you not be tax-supported debt?
Not for perpetual care.
Really?
I mean, we would have to look at that. Like, I don't believe we've used tax-supported debt to fund perpetual care. We own the cemeteries. We don't own the plots, like, sorry, I didn't mean to be glib,
But we-
but
but
I
we-
feel like
Yeah.
it hasn't been our practice. I would definitely need to look more into things to see if this is even considered our, like, aspects of the cemetery will be considered our assets, but not necessarily everything.
Okay, but like, once we unlock, unlock space in a cemetery, there's plots that are sold, right? So don't we recoup that cost? Like, wouldn't it be sort of more like, like the land holding titles, things that we have? I am also losing my words now that it is almost 9 o'clock.
So is your question, like, would we recoup significant enough to pay back the debt plus the interest?
Well, I guess I'm just trying to think about, if you unlock the land, can we recoup the costs with selling those plots? Like, is there not a cost recovery component to cemeteries?
There is, Councillor. A portion of it goes into the operating costs, and then a portion of it goes into the perpetual care reserve for the ongoing care and maintenance of the cemetery. But there is a payback that's, the revenues we earn are more than the cost to unlock the land. But they come in over several years, of course.
What would it cost just to, because is this the only cemetery with is there any religious, faith-based cemeteries that are for people of Muslim faith in the city?
Yeah, we have plots of both of these cemeteries, both Northern Lights and South Haven. There's quite significant areas.
Yeah, I guess I'm asking outside of the public-owned cemeteries. You mentioned that there can be some faith, based cemeteries, correct? Am I?
Yep, I believe there is a Muslim cemetery that's operated separately from the city.
Okay, yeah.
Just as there's Catholic cemeteries and some other faith-based cemeteries.
Yeah, but it's like Christianity, it's Catholicism is different than, so I'm guessing that would be the same with Islam. Okay. I guess to Ms. Padbury in my last minute and a half here, is there any motion or assessment that could be done to, like, if this was withdrawn and then maybe there was a subsequent budget related to work on cemeteries from an equity lens and prioritizing? Is that something that can be done? I can't see Ms. Padbury, so I can't.
To take it away and work on alternate funding sources for cemeteries, is that what
Yeah,
you're asking?
that's what I'm asking.
I mean, I think we could do that as a subsequent. I think we'd have to, just to go back to debt, I think we'd have to look carefully at debt. We treat these like there's an inventory of plots, and so I would really just need to be able to do an analysis to see this better. I think we'd have to look at cost recovery, what that means, look at the total cost of borrowing, what that means to see if it's actually a sustainable model, which is not something that I just don't, I would defer to Mr. Jevney, but I'm not sure we've done that.
Okay, thanks, I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. So I know Councillor Wright is on the board. You have questions, Councillor Wright? Can you go ahead? Sorry, go ahead.
So, Mr. Jevney, you talk with some urgency about, this should be done now, but if there is that urgency, why wasn't it in the funded?
Again, based on the criteria, as projects got scored, this one didn't have an imminent safety issue with it or a safety feature that we were trying to solve. So just based on the criteria, it didn't come to the top as a recommended funded project. From a cemetery's perspective, it's a priority, but based on the corporate criteria, it wasn't advanced as a funded priority.
Okay, and then you talked about that there might be some kind of profitable model that you're working on. When would that be available?
Yeah, we're not sure. We're really looking to see if we could split out the two cemeteries that are still actively selling and have a lot of inventory, that being Northern Lights and South Haven. from the rest of the cemeteries, which really require the heavier tax levy in order to fund their ongoing operations. So we're actively working on that now. Don't really have an end date in sight, but looking to see if we can show those operating costs differently in future budgets.
So could we anticipate something like in this coming year that maybe we could reconsider this in the fall?
We could. I don't think that model, though, it would just show the expenditures and revenues differently. I don't think it would create a funding source to do the capital development.
Would it create a funding source to help pay for some debt that we might incur?
Well, again, the portion of the funds go to cover the operating costs and a portion go into the perpetual care reserve. So there really isn't, enough remaining to fund debt to this level would be my take at this point.
Okay. So, but if the mover does decide to withdraw this, would you need a subsequent maybe to I don't know, work on this a little bit more and come back with some more information for us?
I think we would continue to work on a different financial model for the two, active cemeteries.
Okay.
Again, I'm not sure, and we will continue to do that, but again, I'm not sure that will be a mechanism to generate capital funding and a source of capital up front to fund the project and to pay them back, other than some sort of debt that would be funded by future revenues.
Okay. Okay. Thank
And
you.
that just may require an ongoing then increase in operating costs for cemeteries. Tax levy to support the operations if we took the funds away that currently support operations.
Can we take it from land enterprise? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So I think that might be a good idea that kind of Councillor Tang, you'll be willing to withdraw this, right? And then Councillor Wright or Councillor Tang can make a subsequent motion about exploring other revenue sources, particularly exploring the possibility of borrowing. Part of it could be self-funded borrowing because of the cost recovery. Part could be tax levy, right? And that could come back to us in the spring SOBA for further discussion. Would that be okay? Okay, Councillor.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just get a quick update where we're at with our pay-as-you-go?
So when you look at pay-as-you-go, let me go to the next other tab, hang on. Sorry, I was on the wrong sheet. Hold on. Yeah, go ahead. There's too many tabs there.
So the pay-as-you-go over commitment right now is $44.8 million.
Yeah, I think that's a good reminder, not only for this one, but all the other amendments that's still on the table. I'm willing to withdraw this right now, considering that we're facing significant shortfall here. And I also do think a subsequent to kind of think through some of those strategies is a more thoughtful way of going about it. I'm agnostic to in terms of the method, but I'm interested to seeing an outcome where everything we do with city building, including cemeteries, and recognizing those who pass on are reflective of the communities that we represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thanks. So the motion is being withdrawn. Everyone is okay with it? Okay, and you'll work on the subsequent to both you and Councillor Wright. Then you can determine who's going to make that. Okay, all right. Okay, that is it. Does that give you a chance to put another motion on the floor because you withdrawn yours? Just kidding. Councillor Hamilton?
I have no motions.
Okay, oh, sorry, I can't remember now who does and who doesn't, so I'm just going to go through the list. Councillor Wright? Councillor Salvador?
Last one, yep.
Okay, go ahead.
So it is C46. And it is that capital profile CM 20-2020 Transportation Planning and Design Growth. As per page 541 of Appendix A, be increased by $1,350,000, $600,000 in 2023, and $750,000 in 2024 for planning and design to PDM checkpoint 3 of 101 Ave. 76th Street to 50th Street streetscaping with funding from Pay As You Go.
And that this was seconded by Councillor Knack. And can you please introduce it?
Sure, yeah. So for folks who are less familiar with 101 Ave, it is a very wide road, but kind of a street, like definitely in Strode territory, I would say. And it used to be, decades ago, a major east-west commuter road before traffic was rerouted to a different road. And now we're left with, a really wide road that is in some cases quite unsafe and hostile to folks who are walking, biking, or rolling. And I would just say that this project has been in the works for a while. So it goes back to 2017 when a corridor study was initiated. And at the time, in 2018, Council allocated $2 million towards developing a concept plan and preliminary design for the avenue. And one thing I think is unique about this project, it's really been built on ardent community support and a vision for a more dense, walkable, urban Main Street between several core communities. And it's a pretty remarkable situation where we do have broad public support for the exact type of neighborhood change that we're asking for in the city plan. So we heard a number of speakers who actually came out to the public hearing for the budget hearing, members of the Greater Hardisty Sustainability Coalition, who described this particular streetscaping as a case of YIMBY, yes, in my backyard, where they actually are asking for those types of changes that ultimately will help deliver the vision of 15-minute communities. When we think about the need to densify, the need to keep our schools open in mature communities, keep our shops open, this community has really been cheering us on in many ways and saying, hey, let's do that right here. So I think it's pretty unique. It's a secondary corridor located in the center of the Southeast District Plan. It's a priority district connector route as part of the bike plan, so it has really high potential to be a walkable, bikeable Main Street that is home to vibrant businesses. And have to give a shout out to Councillor Henderson, former Councillor Henderson, for his ongoing support and sort of championing of this over the last few years. So I'm out of time, I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm here. Councillor Knack, please.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Maybe Mr. Lachlan first, I think, related to part of why this work is being done is that at some point the plan is to ultimately reconstruct this road as it approaches end of life into ideally something much better than what it is right now. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is sort of the, oh gosh, it's late. What is sort of the lifespan of the roadway? When are we expecting to need to start getting ready to do that? So my understanding of why we need to do this is that we're getting close to that point in which we're going to be doing the reconstruction and all that work. So can you share anything related to that?
Yeah, I'd say it's not that close. I don't anticipate us needing to reconstruct this road within the next couple of budget cycles.
Okay. Now I'm trying to remember, because I thought the reason some of this work started as early as it did was so that there was going to be some work done independent, so we wanted to have this in place. So again, it's been a while and we've talked about this one for years, so.
Yeah, I think we provided the same advice when this went forward, is that wasn't a reconstruction imminent. This was, and Councillor Salvador alluded to it, this was brought forward by a previous councillor that identified this as a priority, and council approved that.
Okay, so then walk me through. Let's sort of play this out. So if this were to be approved and then finish checkpoint 3, checkpoint 4 and 5 wouldn't happen until the reconstruction, or would there be anything that can be done between now and the reconstruction of the road itself?
Well, our advice would be to, like some of our other projects where we're reconstructing the roadway, changing the configuration of the roadway, that you do it as part of the rehabilitation.
Okay. All right. So you're saying you're thinking you're 2 budget cycles away from doing this roadway?
Yeah, and Pascal can help.
Yeah,
I think
sure.
certainly with the allocation that's been provided for renewal of arterial roads in this budget cycle, everything gets pushed out when we don't fund.
Yeah.
And this would be one of those that's pushed out, so I don't anticipate that it would be in this budget cycle. Well, I know it's
Well,
not in
it's
this
not this
budget
one.
cycle, and I don't anticipate it would be in the next budget cycle either.
Councillor, we're expecting that it wouldn't be before 2040.
Okay, all right. I guess those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright?
I'm just wondering, I thought we'd received, and I was going to ask this a couple of amendments ago. I thought we'd received some guidance with their budget documents about cautioning us just to take things to checkpoint 3, rather than, if we know we're not going to have the funding for the next 2 or 3 budget cycles.
Yeah, we've cautioned on different things in the continuum of PDDM. This is one of those where it's gone to checkpoint 2, and now the next step would go to checkpoint 3. But yes, our preference from an approach to delivery perspective is plan and design in advance of where you could leverage opportunities for, in this case, renewal of the roadway.
Okay, but that renewal, I think, was it 2040?
That's our current estimate, given the level of funding for the renewal program.
Okay. So I'd love to see this move forward. Growing up, my girlfriends and I used to walk that section of 101st Ave every Sunday afternoon to go for lunch.
Are you speaking to this now?
And I'm speaking to it now.
You gotta
I
wait.
would love to be able to vote in favor of this, but I think at this point right now,
You have to
we
wait
don't
till
have the money. Thank you.
wait till 2040. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. So just a few questions. So my understanding, like as of a few months ago, we were engaging with community on this. Is that correct? And I guess if this is so far off, as I'm hearing it is, I'm struggling to see where to from here after we have been doing extensive engagement with community and have incredible buy-in for this vision.
Yeah, carrying out council's wishes to complete this project to checkpoint 2. As part of that, it includes engagement. Situation that we're in right now is we don't see renewal coming anytime soon. What we would do with this is if not approved, or even if advanced, our recommendation would be to shelve the design until you get to that renewal, when there's a renewal allocation for it.
And sorry, the renewal allocation you're saying would be, is that the 2040 date?
Correct.
Okay.
Which is, again, a caution for when you advance projects, not you in particular, I'm just saying the general you. There is the potential that they do sit on the shelf until it's the optimal time for delivery.
Okay, and then just a second question. I'm thinking about, in our growth management framework, some of the areas for activation for 1.25 million. I remember seeing 101 Ave as one of the priority growth activation areas. Does that not play into this conversation?
Our growth management, it would play in, but at this point, our priority areas don't include secondary corridors, and this is a secondary corridor at this time.
Okay, well, I think that clears up a few questions for me. I understood that arterial reconstruction was sooner than 2040. But no, I appreciate the answers to those questions, and happy to close on this in a second, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Knack?
Sorry, and I want to make sure I'm full, so there's no overlay plan, no microsurfacing plan. Essentially, the road is going to be in its current state until, give or take at the moment, 2040. You don't have any other planned work, is that correct?
I wouldn't say that, Councillor. Like, it is 15 years away, so we would have to look at, there could be an overlay or microsurface needing to be done. I don't have the data in front of me, but the reconstruction itself, which is based on the concrete, that is really pushed out.
And I look at overlays differently than I look at microsurfacing, because microsurfacing is pretty, bare bones. Overlay, I recognize, doesn't always result in a, say, full scale, it's a 2-inch grind down, you replace sidewalk panel, but I'm curious how, because to me, if there is going to be an overlay, then I think that might be a different conversation than if you're expecting that it's going to be microsurfacing. And so I just want to get a sense. I know it's hard for you to guess because pavement conditions change over time, and so I know you have to do that, but
Given the scope of the project, and as Adam mentioned, we are at checkpoint 2, what is being proposed would not be achievable without a reconstruction.
Okay, thank you.
What I would say, Councillor Knack, is if through priorities and adjustments, we see a potential where an overlay is on the horizon, we can certainly flag that for council. But again, as Pascal said, the degree of change, this is a streetscape project, and so it's not something that you can typically accomplish with an overlay. Certainly some of the laning you can, and that's a consideration, but not to the scale that this project has been developed.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Knack. Anyone else? See no one to speak? Okay, Councillor Knack to speak?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Sohi. I feel like I have to speak because I remember this one from over the years, and the information I got today is not what I'd remembered, but it's late and I maybe don't have everything on my top of my head here. Because I've been really supportive of this for the very reasons Councillor Salvador talked about at the very beginning of this when she introduced the motion, and that this is a community that's sort of been begging for the opportunity to finally see this terrible strode, just one of the worst stroads I think we have in the city, to make it something more than it is right now. And yet I've heard today that if we're not actually going to reconstruct it for another, 15 to 20 years, it's hard for me to approve this, to also give a sense of false hope to the community that this is going to happen right away. So painfully, I can't support it because I would hate to give that false hope, as we've had some discussions about false hope and sending things to checkpoint 3 with no promise of that actually happening anytime soon. As a flag, I'll have a subsequent at some point around roadway design and complete streets to this budget cycle and how we're going to plan and maybe give some hope, because I think the one thing I want to avoid in the future is that I don't want motions like this to have to be passed when we're doing reconstruction of arterial roads in mature neighborhoods. What the folks want on 101 Avenue should be built into the base budget of that project going forward. There should be no debate, there should be no, let's figure out a design. There should be raised crosswalks, there should be curb extensions, there should be patio extensions onto the main street. This has to be a main street, and it shouldn't ever have to come to this body of work. So while I won't support this, I just want to make that broader commitment, not just to the folks on 101st, but anyone who sort of has this strode that exists in their neighborhoods, that we should not allow that in our city going forward, because it doesn't work for anyone. So recognizing the information I've been provided today, I won't support but with the intent of a subsequent broadly citywide. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
I used to represent part of that community, not all of 101, but part of 101 when I was city councillor first term in 2007 to 2010, until we changed the ward boundaries to, ward representation from 2 councillors per ward to 1 councillor per ward, and I lost that part of the ward's a beautiful, beautiful part and beautiful community, very progressive, forward thinking, and that's why you see community engagement in this and a willingness for community. I also see a lot of potential on 101. But its time will come. Its time will come. Not today, and in the near future. We may not be around then, right? But I think future council will have a vision for this avenue as well, right? Or maybe opportunity, if there's other opportunity coming in the way quicker. I heard from administration that they'll bring forward if that happens. So can't support at this time, but will be nice to get it done sometime in the future. Okay. Councilor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you.
Point of order, I just want to alert Edmund, we have a hot mic.
Okay, Councilor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I will be fairly brief because I think I outlined, why I think this is a unique and important project when I opened. Yeah, I just see incredible community support for this one. And when I look at where it is located, the potential that it has, its alignment with city plan, and the sort of outpouring from community. I'm just reflecting back when we had Miles Berry speak at the public hearing. He mentioned they have letters of support from every single community league in the area who have contributed to this and contributed to the visioning behind it. And I think, when we set out in a particular direction and give community indication that we are with them and going in that direction, I think getting projects to a place where we have a proper design in hand is important. And I'm also reflecting on some of the issues that have been flagged with the current design. There have been some concerns around the intersection of Gretzky and 101 and some of the safety concerns where we have unprotected bike infrastructure crossing slip lanes. And the fact that we're potentially going to have a design sitting on a shelf that when its time comes, that is what's going to be reflected in the conversation. I think that's concerning as well. I think about the broader context too. There is a brand new supportive housing project just steps away from 101 Ave. Capilano Library branch is right there. It's city plan in a nutshell. So I'll leave everyone with that. But really appreciate and respect the conversation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Salvador. Please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is failed.
That's so bad.
Next is Councilor Nack.
No, I think the remaining amendment I have would not be a wise one to make. I'll make a separate subsequent around aquatic space and how we'll deal with that as a subsequent.
So you're withdrawing that, right?
Yeah, I don't think it's wise to do that at this stage.
Yeah, got it. And I'll share, when you make the subsequent, I'll share some information about potential federal partnerships on that.
Great, that's the way to maybe look at that. Thank you.
Good.
Just, Councillor Neck, for the record, can you just say what number it is so the public following along knows?
Oh, I'm sure I could at some point, if I know where it is. 60-something, wasn't it?
It's C63, I believe.
52? 63, somebody said. 63.
Okay.
So yes, I'll withdraw that. Thank you.
Okay, then next is, no, Councilor Rice, no more, right? You have one more? Wait, Councilor Rice, go ahead.
So give the time, we only have 9 minutes left.
We just put it on the floor.
Yeah, I will bring another small one as well, and it's a C36. Oh, no, that one is already done. C35. So I advanced that capital profile CM dash 30 open space and planning and design growth be increased by $300,000, 120,000 and in 2025 and 180,000 in 2026 for planning and design and to checkpoint 3 of the school and community park development, base level park development for Kavanagh School and Community Park, page 672 of attachment 1 with the funding from pay-as-you-go.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. This was seconded by Councillor Knack. Can you please make the introduction?
Sure, and very brief. And so this community school and a community park and is right now is in the high density area and then with lots younger families, younger kids, and right now is an empty field there. By doing this to planning and advanced planning, and then we actually provided opportunity for the city to work with provincial to get the school, and also provide the basic level development and for the surrounding neighborhoods and communities to have that green spaces and then as a basic level and no amenities, just the basic level park development. So that's his intention for this one.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Questions, Councillor Rutherford?
I had intended to move this entire composite, and admin told me just to check point 3, and admin told me that the school ones are usually saved for when there's a school announcement. Has there been a school announcement on this one to administration?
No, we haven't heard on the school site yet from the province.
No, I'm not asking the mover. I guess yes to the mover, so what?
I will have the meeting with the school trustee and then next week and specific talk about some like school sites in the newer neighborhoods. And because in that south area and right now the kids need to take like bus like over 1 hour, go to the old school. So the school development and in the newer neighborhoods right now is under consideration.
Okay, but what I understood from the process and administration, if you could correct me, is that if Councillor Rice was successful, she lobbies it's not the trustee, it's the province that makes the final decision. But if there is a school, that you would come back in a supplemental budget adjustment for the playground, right? So like we're kind of are we putting the cart before the horse in our typical process related to these composite profiles?
The past approach has been to take that approach where we get confirmation of school announcement to then bring back as part of a supplementary capital budget adjustment, a program recommended for funding.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I guess my question to the mover is, if this passes, will this mean a tax increase?
I think that question could ask to everybody. And then, but the funding source, yes, it does identify it as a pay-as-you-go.
So I guess I'm looking at your article from Edify magazine where you suggested that you would not support the budget if the taxes go up any higher than 3.9%.
Michael, I don't think that's an appropriate question.
Okay.
Focus on the amendment, please.
So what would the tax implications be of this? This is adding to pay-as-you-go, right?
Yeah.
Which would be effectively a tax increase.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm saying do not go into what people write. So we all write things, but that's different. Okay, yeah. Thank you for understanding that, Councillor Jans. We lost the network connection. Trying to reconnect. Okay. I lost network connection. Did everyone? No, just me.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Did I say something to Councillor Jans that?
12 hours. It's been 12 hours. And
It's been
so
12
if
hours.
you don't reset it, the dinner break, the recess break.
Okay,
the coffee
well,
break.
anyways, we have 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Any more questions? Councillor Rice to close.
I do heard the question from my colleagues, and I appreciate that point. And then, but the key message is here. Yes, we are in the difficult situation to make challenge and then balanced decision and to look at our tax increase. But I want to go back to the key point, and we talk about to support the community, support the people. And if we have other type of decision made, and with millions, and even $100 million made, and how this $300,000 could impact the tax that significantly. I understand any ad and it could impact our tax, but the key point at bottom line is how we prioritize what is really want, what is really needs, and from our Edmontonians. I think the basic green spaces, basic park for the younger family, for the younger kids, that is our city's responsibility to ensure, and people who live in the development area and who have access to the basic city services. That's also the basic purpose for us to collect tax, and that is they are paying tax for. So I encourage my colleagues to consider to support this. Thank you.
Okay, please vote. I can't connect, so I'm no.
Thank you, Mayor Soki. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is failed. Okay, we will come back tomorrow, 9:30 to 12, then break from 12:30 to 1:30.
No, break.
Sorry, 12, from 12 to 1:30. Then we will, are we taking, the supper break will be 5:30 to?
No, 5 to 6.
5 to 6, okay.
Yeah.
Same as today?
Yeah, and Wednesday,
And then done at 9 or 9:30?
9:30.
9:30, same as today. Okay. See you then. Until then, we are on recess.